Hey yo, what's going on guys? Welcome to the stream. How is everyone today? It's good to see ya. It's good to see ya. We're back. We're back. Got some videos to check out. Looks like Genshin and WuWa been catching strays, and a lot of the community's not happy about it as well. So we're going to take a little look at that in a bit as well, guys. We saw some mask off moments yesterday on YouTube as well. We'll have a little discuss about that also, and we're going to react to some videos. We're going to play some games. Probably going to play a little bit of Marvel Rivals today. I'm a little bit later on getting on today, guys, because I don't know what it was last night, man. I just could not sleep. I didn't get to sleep till like 3 o'clock in the morning. After 3 o'clock, and I had to be up at like 6:30, so I knackered, to say the least. So I went and had a bath and everything before I go on, just trying to relax a little bit, chill out a little bit, get some food as well, try and chill, get a video up and just kind of just relax for half hour before we go on. So I do apologise for starting a little bit later today, but we're here, we're ready to do this, Let me know if you can hear me all good as well, guys. I appreciate that. Yo, what's going on, Bez, Jamie? What's going on, OD? Welcome. I'm very good, thank you. Yeah, I'm very rarely I'm on time nowadays, I'm not gonna lie, so it's deserved. Definitely. What's up, man? We good? Are we good, guys? How's your week going so far, anyway? We're doing all right. Are we all right? We're okay. How's things going, man? We good? Got a nice cup of tea here, man. Ready to go. We'll see how we perform today. Because like I says, I'm running on fumes. You know what I mean? You know when you're like that tired, you've stopped being tired anymore, but you just feel like, I don't know. You just. I don't know how to describe it. You know exactly what I mean. Yeah, I'm in that phase right now where I'm just, I don't even know where I am at the moment, but we're here. We're ready to do this, guys. I did upload a video as well earlier on. If you want to check it out, we did upload a video last night as well. Actually, it's done really well. So shout out to everybody who checked that video out. Also, as well, if you're watching on YouTube, drop a like on the stream. Very much appreciated. It helps out a lot as well. Give me a second here, I just need to... Oh, let's get switched over, shall we? Let's switch over, where are we? Let's get. What's going on tonight? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, man. Gacha Smack was throwing out strays left and right, and Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, and Genshin was catching them. We're gonna have a little look at that. It seems like a lot of the community as well is not too happy about these statements as well. So we might even look at that. And also, man, I don't know if anybody's been watching Saint streams recently. Dude, in my opinion, had a little bit of a crash out moment yesterday. A little bit of a mask slipping moment. Went a little bit AWOL, if you ask me, which was kind of funny to watch as well. I'm not gonna lie, I do like to watch streamers, you know, well, not lose it in terms of like having a mental break, but lose it a little bit basically. Pardon me, excuse me. I apologise. That was funny to watch. I've been watching the live podcast as well recently. That's been funny recently. How are we doing, guys? Are we doing good? Can you hear me all good? How's the audio? How is the audio, man? We get it. Drag the music down a little bit. Music might be a little bit high, actually, haven't we? Tunes might be a little bit too high. So yeah, man, we got lots to look at. We've got a few videos to react to as well. Like I said, we're going to check out the video from Gacha Smack, again, Genshin, WuWa, Star Rail, catching strays. We might look at some of the same stuff. It's all from a live stream. It's super fucking long, but it was just kind of funny to watch a little bit of a moment, shall we say. I've been noticing recently, man, you know, Saint's been having some of those moments on stream, man. I'm not gonna lie, you know, a little bit wobbly, but it's fun to watch at the end of the day. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Where are we? Oh, actually, do you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to look at on Twitter as well. I don't know how. Let me have a look. I wanted to look at the interview with Kuro. It's not recorded or anything. I think it's just translated, I believe. Pretty sure Narisho put it up, I think. I was gonna take a look at it, but I don't know where it is. If anybody's got a link to that, hit me up, man, so I can check that out. Where is he? Yeah, we were into the final in the Player's Choice as well, which is insane. What do we reckon, guys? Who's going to win the Player's Choice? What are you thinking? A lot of people thinking it's going to be Black Myth Wukong. I kind of think it's going to be Black Myth Wukong myself as well. You know, I feel like that's the one to do it. Obviously, I wouldn't mind Wuthering Waves to win because, you know, free stuff. Just straight up honest, it'd be nice to get some free shit. But I feel like Black Myth Wukong's going to do it. I wouldn't be mad either. I wouldn't be mad, not gonna lie. Where the fuck is this interview, bro? Where those bitches? They put it up like a day or two ago, I think? That's yesterday. I'm sure they put it up in English. Shit. You got your money on WuWa, have ya? Hey, I hope you're right, because I'm gonna get some free shit. You know, straight up, honest as it gets, I would like some free stuff. Also, you know, I want to see some respect put on Kuro's name. I'm here for whatever happens, though, man, because I feel like there's going to be some enjoyable PvP post-award show, whatever happens. I feel like if one of the, if Black Myth Wukong or Elden Ring doesn't win, some of the non-gacha players are going to get pissy, because, you know, a non-gacha game won. I mean, a gacha game won, should I say. And we know what's going to happen, whether either WuWa or Genshin, especially WuWa and Genshin. I feel like ZZZ could win out of the gacha space, and most people will be like, whatever. But if either WuWa or Genshin win, it's going to be a... I think it's going to be prime time PvP. Yo, Chase, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah, I'm just looking for this fucking, this interview here. It's just loads of cosplay on Narisho's Twitter though from this recent AGF thing going on. Hold on, let me switch on the scenes. This thing going on at, I think it's in Korea, is it? I think it's in Korea. I think so. What's going on, Riley? Free Carlotta. What do you reckon that what's you thinking what they will do if they win? Yeah, I'm looking for this fucking interview. Like, I could have sworn it was around here somewhere. That's a freaky looking scar, man. That is a freaky looking scar. That looks creepier than in game, dude. They did an interview, and I just kind of wanted to like have a little scan over the interview, just to see what they've got to say. But I can't find it. I could have sworn Narisho hosted it. Should be round about here somewhere. It might have been just before that event, actually. It's like somebody's artwork for PGL. That looked good. I want to get my hand on some of that artwork, man. What the fuck is this? Yeah, okay, I don't know what it is. Oh, what the fuck it is, man. What piece of shit. I could have sworn it was on his... I could have sworn it was on the page. Could have swore it. I'm not tripping. No way, they give it free. Yeah, I don't think we'll get any of that roster for free, if I'm honest. I just don't. I think... I don't know what they'll do. I don't know if they'll do... Do you reckon it could be just a standard 5-star selector again, maybe? Or do you reckon they're hiding a character in the wings, like, you know, to just be like, boom, wheel it out. If they win and if they don't, it just gets added in patch notes or something. or they leak it themselves. People already asking what the fuck Wuthering Waves is. That's good though, isn't it, really, at the end of the day? That's good. Winning player voices unprecedented situations, so it's possible. Look, there's two factors when it comes to that. For me, and I think probably for the developers themselves, there's probably that pride in the community's voted for you. So it's like, man, the community's enjoyed the game enough to go out and speak and vote and put the money where the mouth is, so to speak, and you know, vote for us. But I think as well, there's like, I suppose from a business standpoint, the mobile game of the year is probably the one to get because you can put it on all your marketing and kind of, I suppose you can do with the player's choice as well. But I feel like, you know, you can add it, you know, Wuthering Waves, mobile game of the year, you know, on your marketing and all this sort of stuff. It just looks a little bit more prestigious, doesn't it, the player's choice? Which, in a sense, they're both the game of the year in a way, just in kind of different ways. They just haven't got the title of that, if that makes sense. But that's what I think anyway. Personally, if it was me, you know, if I was making something and my community was like, fucking dude, you did the best thing this time, beat everybody through it, I'd take a lot more enjoyment out of that than like a couple of dudes in the room saying, well, we think you did the best work. Is it possible to cook chicken and rice at the same time in the same pots? I'm sick and tired of waiting. I don't know if it'll be the best mixture though. You'll probably end up turning that rice to mush probably, won't you? I don't really know what to expect or would want. Yeah, it's I'm like, I don't know what I like. Personally, I suppose you'd be getting it anyway, whether or not they won, because if they created this content, it'll happen. And I feel like if they created it after there was announced, it'd take a while to come. But just like some kind of cool event as well. You know, like a Game of the Year award event that lasted like a couple of weeks, and there was a bunch of stuff and a way to do stuff in game to get extra asteroids and stuff like that. You know, like, I don't know, maybe even they did like increased or decreased pity on the banners for a couple of weeks. I don't know if that'd be a good thing to do. I don't know what I want, man. I don't know what I want. Or, I mean, some free shit though, definitely. I ain't gonna turn my nose up. I ain't gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I just give my vote to WuWa and leave it there. Whether it wins or not, I don't really care. Just one free. That's the same with me, really. Like, I want Kuro to get some respect because, like, I like him. Like, I really couldn't give a shit if I'm honest. Because at the end of the day, awards don't mean shit, really, do they, to us? But I want that free shit though. You know, whoever wins. Like, I suppose this sounds like a Genshin hater thing to say, because I guess it doesn't matter what game's there, because it's the players that have chose it. The only game that I feel like maybe shouldn't be there, and I suppose it sounds like a gatekeeper elitist thing to say, is Genshin. I feel like ZZZ deserves to be there, because I think it's a good game. You know, I feel like Erdtree deserves to be there. I ain't played the DLC, but I've played Elden Ring, and I know the game's fucking goated, so I know the DLC's good as well. I ain't played Wukong, but I've heard lots of good stuff about it. You know, I wouldn't have had a problem with things like Stellar Blade being in there, because I've heard really good stuff about that as well. Helldivers, that was a massive cultural moment, you know what I mean? So, like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be mad if Genshin won, but that's the only one that I'd be like, oh, it sucks a little bit, you know? Anything else but that, I guess. But even if Genshin won, the positive that I'd take is I'd be like, oh, some content creators are going to get mad about this. Because I feel like if WuWa wins, I feel like the Genshin community will be mad. But I don't necessarily think content creators will be mad. But I think if Genshin wins, I think the WuWa community and content creators will be mad. So it'll be funny to react to. So there's part of me, you know, that like chaotic part of me that's like, you know, I'm not saying I want that, but I wouldn't say no either. I'd like to see WuWa win. Yeah, I think it records that. What's in that category now? I forgot who's in the. I forgot who's in there. I forgot who's in the mobile game of the year. Have a look. Pretty sure ZZ's in there, isn't he? Here we go. Okay, yeah, I remember now. AFK Journey, Balatro, TCG, WuWa, Zenlist. Okay, alright. Yeah, man. I keep seeing. I'm sure I saw DSP playing this. somebody who does enjoy TCG, you know, gotta say. But I don't know, man. I think this was an hard one to call. I feel like AFK Journey's out the winner. I'm gonna say it's safe to say I feel like AFK Journey is not winning. This is not winning. Not saying that it's not a decent little game, well, it's kind of an auto battler game anyway. It's an AFK game, which I think goes against it in my opinion. Got a gorgeous art style though, cool little game, nothing against it. Played it a little bit, had a little bit of fun with what I played with, but it's not something I could put any time into. I can't get down with like AFK games anyway, because I'm just like, I don't get the point of them personally. So yeah, I feel like AFK out of there. Music's overshadowing my voice a little bit, isn't it? I mean, let me drag it down. It should be a little bit better. Yeah, so I feel like AFK out the picture. I've got a feeling this Black Soul's going to be a dark horse and the best, because like what we've got to take into account, does it tell us who is the jury? Here we go. Let's have a look at the jury. Does it? Okay, so this is the jury. So we've got Digital Trends, Easy Alloys. The fuck are Easy Alloys? Okay, alright, okay. I'm just gonna go off the name to guess what Easy Alloys are, but let's not get into it. Entertainment Weekly, Gamer Rants, what we got, Gamer Ranks, Gamer Tag Radio, GamesBeat, GameSpot, Giant Bomb, IGN, Inverse, Jeff Gernston Show, I don't know who the fuck that is, Kind of Funny Games, LA Times, oh my god, MinMax, NYT Wirecutter, is that New York Times, PC Gamer, Pride.com, Polygon, Rolling Stones, Atlantic, Touch Arcade. Alright, okay, right. You know what? I don't think the gacha games are winning these guys. I don't know, maybe. It depends. I've got a feeling that Black Joe's gonna take this with this category of journalistic integrity that we have on display here. Yo, what's going on, Neil? Welcome to the stream. You know, we're like, you know, it doesn't instill, you know, positivity in me when we've got The Guardian in there, you know, when we've got Variety in there, when we've got Pride.com in there, when we've got, well, I'm guessing this is New York Times Wirecutter in there, you know, IGN, you know, Easy Alloys, okay. Alright, don't know about that. You know? I feel like there's something within these that might make me think. I guess so, we'll see. Okay, is this all of them? So we can see the UK stuff. Okay, so this is the UK. And this is the US. What about global? Okay, so we got all of these. Okay, so maybe global might come in to save the gacha games then. You know? Okay, so there really is a global... Damn, man. Why have the UK and the US got such a dominance? That's kind of unfair, isn't it, when you think about it? It makes sense that the US would, because it's a US award show. Okay, alright, whatever. The UK's got a massive amount of votes as well, hasn't it, really? Compared to, like, the rest of the world. No, why has China got so little... Finland and Denmark out here with just one. Germany's got a few actually. Damn, Japan's only got 4. What the hell, bro? What's going on, Zera? The other one out to Garrett Jack. I've never heard of him. What's going on, Daniel? Welcome to the stream. We've got a pretty good discussion going on here. I need to check the comments, actually. I've got some notifications. I ain't looked, though. So, yeah. So, US and UK dominating, which is quite interesting. You would think that Japan and China probably would get a little bit more recognition, wouldn't you? Especially Japan. You know, like with the heritage of video games coming from Japan. And I know it's from this shows like, you know, it's all about journalists, really. I suppose the US and the UK are powerhouses when it comes to journalism, especially globally recognised journalistic outlets, like, you know, the Metro, man, fucking hell. The Mirror as well. Like, the Guardian's just trash, absolute trash. Like, I wouldn't trust them looking after my kid. was going to say looking after my kid, let alone voting, as if voting on this is more important. You know what I mean? But yeah. IGN as well, yeah, definitely. Like, I suppose then, I guess, I don't know this guy, but if, you know, an individual, maybe I'd put a little bit more what's in him. Kind of funny, maybe. Out to the US, I don't know what else I'd take. I don't think I'd take anything. You know, maybe Gamer Ranks and Gamer Rant, maybe. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey yo, Daniel, thank you very much for becoming a pro sub member, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome to the members club. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Never forget, IGN gave Concord a 7 out of 10. I know. Absolutely insane. How can you give a game? The thing that was wild about that, but once again, thank you, Daniel. The thing that was wild, I remember they posted on Twitter as part of the review that Concord not only is a 7 out of 10, it has the potential to be here for the long haul in years to come. The game lasted 11 days. Think about that. That's the quality of their journalism. That's how you know, they've got their finger on the pulse that much. A game that lasted 11 days. 11 days. They thought it was going to be around for years. Come on, man. Come on. Jokes. I want to play guys getting pieced up in the comments. I went too hard and had to apologise while backing off a bit. He makes some good points. Oh yeah, I did. I think I replied to him. Yeah, actually saying it's kind of like some people might like another game over another. Yeah, do you know what? As I like to call myself a gamer, because I'm a gamer, you know, I enjoy games, and I'll joke around sometimes. I've said it before, you know, somebody calls themselves a gamer and they only play FIFA or they only play COD. But I've definitely noticed that gacha games, which fair enough, whatever you think of the monetization systems, and there's plenty of trash gacha games, there is, I'm not denying it. And it's not like the gacha space is the pinnacle of storytelling in video games as such, you know, there's plenty of things to call out in the space. Yeah, man, you know that attitude of people have got, that think that they're somehow got like this moral superiority over, I'm a gamer, bro, you know. You probably just play gacha games, you know. If you haven't played these other games, you wouldn't get it. I bet you've never played another game outside Genshin or Wuthering Waves, and it's like, bro, I've had so many people say that to me. It's like, dude, I was playing games while you were shitting green. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. What do you want about? You're talking at your arse. But yo, shout out to Daniel Rayman. Thank you very much for the membership. I do appreciate it. You're an absolute legend. I do need to sort out my emotes. Actually, it's been a long time. I haven't messed with my emotes for a while. I can confidently say that all these journalist companies have, yes, I think you're probably right there. That's the thing with live service games. It's one thing when it's story. This is why I've got a feeling that not only just because of the types of people that will be reviewing these games, you know, we're looking at names here, that we could definitely see that they probably have a problem with the type of characters that are in gacha games. But, as you say, when it comes to story games, they'll probably play the story game and finish it, you know, the DLC for Elden Ring, for Black Myth Wukong, you know. But what's the likelihood, like you say, that they've played past 1.0 of Wuthering Waves, or they've got past, Christ, even freaking Inazuma, you know what I mean, or even the first patch of Genshin. So like, yeah, I agree, really. Which is not a problem. I'm not saying everybody else does that. Man, there's plenty of gacha games I've dropped out of. Right, I only got just past it Inazuma and then quit Genshin. But I'm not out here giving out awards. Well, I guess I am because I'm voting, but still, I'm a layman. That's my excuse. What's going on, Kiyoshi? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? So yeah, looking at the jury, it doesn't look great, does it? What's this? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Accessibility nominees are determined by a specialist jury of accessibility experts. What? What does that even mean? Accessibility? What? As in games are accessible to who? To what? Game accessibility nexus. So, oh, wait. Oh, is this for people who potentially have got disabilities within gaming? Is that what this is? I'm just going off this because it says sightless combat. No hands, no excuses. Dude, if that's like the name of a company that's to do with disabled gamers, that's diabolical. That's diabolical, bro. Diabolical. Yeah. I shouldn't laugh. Illegally cited. Can I play that? Radder's I'm assuming that's what this is, yeah. This is like able gamers. Yeah, this has got to be like accessibility nominees are determined by a specialist jury of accessibility. So this is people who probably deal with like you know, less able gamers, you know, people who probably potentially got sight loss issues, you know, mobility issues, that sort of stuff. Okay, all right. I was wondering what the fuck was what the mean accessibility. That's a diabolical name, though. That is, dude. No hands, no excuses. Like, bro, what the fuck? Oh shit. What's going on, Luca? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. So yeah. I've just got a feeling, man, Balactro's gonna do it. It's that type of game, you know? It's like this indie, it's kind of quirky, you know? It's the type of game that, like a Costa Coffee freaking drinker would, you know, like somebody who goes to a nicer coffee house and does the work on the laptop, just prove everybody that they're working from home or whatever. You know, I feel like that's the journalist choice I do. I really do. I've got a feeling that that's going to win Mobile Game of the Year just because of who's going to be voting on it. Maybe I'd think differently if potentially less US and UK outlets were voting on the game. They've got a massive dominance, man. Like America and UK in the voting on this have got a massive dominance, which is actually kind of insane when you think about it. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I haven't played the DLC for Elden Ring. Obviously, Elden Ring's goated. Elden Ring is goated. Yeah, I've got a feeling Black Myth Wukong's going to win it though, man. You know? I've just got a feeling he's going to win. Really, if you think about it, AFK Journey is the one that should win, then, isn't it? It's the accessibility big thing. I haven't voted on the player's choice, no. I voted on the last round. I haven't voted on this round. But I do need to do that, actually. Thank you for reminding me. I'll do it after. I kind of want the gacha games to lose. If any 3 games win, their fandom will act like it's a God-given game and no problem. See, that's what I said. Like, don't get me wrong. There's 2 reasons I'd like Wuthering Waves to win. 1, well, maybe 3. 1, I'd like to see Kuro get some recognition. 2, free shit. 3, it'd be funny because you know that the Genshin community will get mad. But at the same time, I wouldn't be against Genshin winning. Hear me out, because I feel like obviously the Wuthering Waves community would kick off, but I feel like a lot of content creators would kick off as well. I don't think Genshin content creators would give a shit, but I definitely do feel like some Wuthering Waves content creators would give a shit, and I kind of want to react to that. I think it's going to be funny. And then I think if any of the gacha games win, I think the AAA community, if you will, are going to get mad on Twitter and be like, what the fuck, man, these Gamba games are winning. And if one of them wins as well, I think a lot of gacha community will be mad as well. So, like, I'm kind of here for the PvP at the end of the day, you know? I'm not going to lie. Chill, I'm not offer. Big's telling everyone to vote, hasn't voted yet. Sus, right? Hypocrites. Pixel voting TCG. You know, I've been caught out, man. I've been caught out. It is the game I do play on mobile, you know? So if I've got to vote for a mobile game, it's only right, isn't it? I know this is player's choice, but, you know, if I was in the game of the year, you know, I might do if I was one of those outlets. How could you get mad about? Well, I think the thing is, gacha communities get mad if their community doesn't win. Because what you got to take into account, there's going to be Wuthering Waves players, right, that'll be angry that he doesn't win because they didn't get the free shit. They'll be like, fuck, you know, and they'll want to get mad about that. Plus, they'll just get mad anyway. You know what the gacha community's like, you know, they're vocal, aren't they? They're vocal. I think whoever wins, I think there's going to be some beef, and I'm kind of here for it, honestly, I am. You know, I don't mind sitting back with some popcorn, watching it go down. Like I say, there's that chaotic part of my brain at the back where I'm like, kind of would be funny if Genshin won. So I think there'd be, I think there'd be some fallout, man. I do, and I kind of think that'd be funny. But I do want WuWa to win. I do. Like, all jokes aside, I do. Because the way I see, there's a lot of people that are like, oh man, a gacha game doesn't deserve to win that. But like for me, it's the player's choice, right? Which is a big award, I think, because it probably means more in a sense, because it's the players choosing to do so. What are you going to take it again? Let's have a look at the let's have a look at the categories a second here. Right, let's just have a look at the categories. All right, let's have a look at Game of the Year, okay? Okay, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring, yeah? Okay. Let's have a look at Best Game Direction, right? What the fuck? Why is his website so slow, bro? Okay. Black Myth Wukong, right? Okay, so, see what I'm saying here? Black Myth Wukong's already represented in a couple of categories, so I'm okay with a gacha game winning that category. One, that I don't give a shit anyway, but two, there's some people out there that are like kind of mad that, oh, you know, if it wins, that's kind of fucked up. But it's like, it doesn't mean it's not going to win one of the other awards, you know? Let's have a look at Best Narrative. Let's have a look at Best Narrative. Final Fantasy, ReFantazio in there, you know? Some of these games are going to repeatedly appear in different categories, aren't they? So, like, it's not a big deal if they don't win in one. You know, let's have a look at Best Music. You know, Final Fantasy again, Stellar Blade's in there, ReFantazio's in there. Let's have a look at Best Action Game. Let's have a look at Best Action Game. Black Myth Wukong again. What the fuck? Stellar Blade, Warhammer. I feel like Warhammer deserves that because it doesn't seem to appear in other stuff. Even though I haven't played it, like I still want to pick this game up when it goes on sale because it looks fire, and I love Warhammer, the first basement. Anything but Genshin, anything but Hoyo. Yeah, what's going on, Siberia? I'm happy Kuro come this far. There's plenty if they win, it would be great. Genshin shouldn't win because they won last year and not in 2024. It'll be funny though. It'll be funny. Will be. Best Games Direction, Wukong. Best RPG, Fantasio's gonna be, yeah. Dragon's Dogma. Ooh, that's a stacked category, that is, isn't it? That's a stacked category, man. Dragon's Dogma 2. Great game, shit story, had its issues. Obviously, not played the DLC for Elden Ring, it's fucking Elden Ring. Final Fantasy, Like a Dragon, Yakuza games, Fire, and Metaphor, man. That's a seriously stacked category, that is. And people say RPGs are dying. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. Helldivers was like a proper... It was one of those cultural phenomenons, wasn't it? Everybody was playing. You couldn't go anywhere on the internet for a couple of months without, like, constant videos for Helldivers, whether it was on Twitter. Man, you even go on places like Instagram and shit, and it was there. And, like, when you start to see stuff over there, man, it's like, okay, this is a bit bigger than normal. So, yeah, like, you know, you look at some of these other games, and they're have a look at Best Performance. Oh, okay, this is for actors then, yeah? Okay. Alright, cool. So, I bet Best Art Direction. So look, Black Myth Wukong and Elden Ring and Metaphor. They're here over and over again, aren't they? So like, you know, is it really a massive deal if Black Myth don't win this? Is it really like, because I've seen some people say it's a travesty if a gacha game wins over Black Myth Wukong. Is it though? Say if Black Myth Wukong goes and clears up another 3 or 4 awards, is it really that bad that Wuthering Waves or Zenless Zone Zero wins the player's choice? I don't think it is. You know? It's not the end of the fucking world. Gonna sit back in the shadows when all three of them lose. Hey, I think it'll be funny whatever happens. Well, it'll be funny to see what happens to the community anyway. I hope there's some fucking crash outs anyway. I'm expecting you. I'll be disappointed if not. We'll be watching it live, we'll be streaming it, we'll have Twitter up, we'll be trying to see what's going on in real time. We'll be here for it. We'll be here for other content creators as well. As soon as they get up and they're going on about it, I'll be there. We will be there, like Pep Guardiola. We will be there. We will be there. If we was losers, I'll sit in a dark corner and pretend to cry for 20 minutes. I'd say the main gutting thing if WuWa doesn't win for me is like, oh, no free shit. But at the end of the day, you get that much free shit in Wuthering Waves. It's not like it's the end of the world, is it? I mean, if you think catches okay, something can be good. Yeah, well, that's the thing, like, when you think about it, that's what people have got to take into account as well. This doesn't reflect the best game. That's why it's got a separate category, because it doesn't reflect the best game. It just reflects the game that's got enough people in terms of a fandom that think it deserves to win for whatever reason. Whether it's PvP in the gacha space, whether it's free shit, you know, or whether it's just that they've got the biggest vocal community. It means something to the developer, but it really doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, does it, when you think about it? So, players' voice picks. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm actually surprised about where we're getting in there. They've obviously got a large vocal community. And again, I'm surprised Tree got in there, if I'm honest. But again, no, I suppose maybe like the Asian market's voting on there as well. And obviously we know Black Myth Wukong's going to go have a lot of Chinese voters. A lot of Chinese voters. So there's a good chance that Black Myth Wukong could win just because of that. You know what I mean? We might get free shit just for them getting nominated. Don't sleep on Kuro. Well, we kind of already did, didn't we, though? Maybe they give us some free shit for just like being there in the final. You know, maybe we can hope, potentially, possibly. Who knows? Who knows? So yeah, 12 guys, 2 days. Yeah, 2 days. We'll be here. I will be there. We will be there. I don't know what time it's on, but Rosie's off on Friday, so I haven't got to get up early. So I'm gonna be here. We're gonna stream it. We're gonna chill. We'll stream probably a little bit on Thursday. Short stream. Get off, chill for a bit. You know, relax, have some food, come back. Maybe a couple of beers. Maybe actually no, I'm not gonna have any beers. I'll be good. Get some munch. Chill out. We'll hang out, and we'll watch it, man. It should be fun. It should be fun anyway. Hopefully, like I say, especially if Twitter starts going off. I'm here for that cinema. I'm here for. Maybe we'll have to like bring in the feed on Twitter as the awards are going, you know, embed it in the stream so you guys can see people crashing out live. You know what I mean? Black Me for the win. Free Elf Jesus, 160 asteroids in a dream. Yes, I have played Girls Frontline 2. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. I think it's a good game. Also, please put... Yes, I'm down for a fishing system. I loves me some fishing in video games. I'm here for it, man. You should ignore Rosie for us. We love you more than she does. Oh, I'm here. I'm going to be streaming it. I'm going to be streaming it. Don't worry. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for the fun. It should be good, man. It should be good. And I'm kind of curious to see if they get up on stage. I think Zenley's Zone Zero is going to be showing off some stuff as well, aren't they? We're actually going to get some new announcements, I believe. I don't think there's been anything said about Wuthering Waves, but I suppose it depends if they win and they get up on stage and maybe they announce something. Maybe. I don't think so, but I think we'll see something new from Wuthering Waves. I mean, Zenley's Zone Zero. For 1.4 at least, anyway, I think. I'm sure I heard that. So yeah, man. PvP is coming, guys. PvP's coming. It'll be here soon. Fucking net marble launcher, man. Fucking malware. I don't know. Straight up fucking malware. Alright, should we watch this video from Gacha then, right? We're gonna watch a little short video. We might watch his YouTube video, but we'll watch the little short video on his Twitter. He put up a video calling out Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves. Like, they're all catching strays, left, right, and centre. I've noticed it's made quite a few content creators angry. So yeah, it's we're gonna have to have a little look. We're gonna have to have a little look, right? We're gonna have to have a little gander, guys. Have a little gander. See what it's got to say. See why it's got so many people across the spectrum in more ways than one, when I'm using the word spectrum, angry about things. So should we have a little look at what Gacha Smack's saying then, shall we? What's got everybody pressed? What's got everybody pressed? Why are the games catching strays, okay? Calling out Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves. All right, let's get into it. Let's see what he's got to say, man. I want to see it.
Just pulled up at the gym and I was thinking about it. Man, Oda, the creator of One Piece, bro, like, he drops an episode of One Piece every single week, him and his team. And these episodes are about, 25 minutes long, and then it's always like 5 minutes of unnecessary catching up, bro, like just yapaholics. But regardless, it's an episode every single week, and they take very few breaks. Like, dude, dead ass. For the past, decade, this has just been an ongoing thing. Episode every single week, regardless of the quality of the dialogue. If you want to do a little bit of critical observation of the dialogue in some of the One Piece episodes, yeah, they do a bunch of unnecessary.
Talking about not having breaks, man. Jesus. You see the way it works with Mappa?
Yeah,
and those guys don't even get to see their family.
In terms of gacha dialogue. Now, we take that into consideration, and then we think about gacha games, especially the mainstream ones. Okay. These mainstream gacha games, they drop, debatably, a quarter of one anime episode. And it's, in comparison, spread out to multiple little short cutscenes.
Oh, was he talking per patch? So, okay. I guess that is debatable. I don't know, like a quarter of an episode? I suppose it's how you break it down, though, man. Let's let him continue. Let's let him cook.
There. Maybe if you're lucky, over a minute there. They take 6 weeks to drop.
Talking what, 20 to 25 minutes on average for most anime episodes, yeah? Sometimes a little bit less.
Debatably at max, a quarter of an episode. Yeah, when you think about it in that perspective, it's quite insane, isn't it?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's have a look at the I mean, not an episode. I think you mean manga chapter. Oda and his assistants make manga weekly, which is admittedly insane. I don't think you accept the level of dedication from those games because obviously a lot more goes into game dev. So, is it? I definitely think that's debatable. I definitely think that's debatable that it's a quarter of an episode. Like, I'm just trying to think now for the most recent patches. I'd say, like, even the companion quests feel like, I don't know, although actually, when you think about it, when you break it down to cutscenes and actual interactions with the characters in terms of dialogue, it probably is around about 5 to 8 minutes, I'd probably say, isn't it, in terms of, like, interactions, characters talking, you know, that story dialogue stuff. So, you know what? I'll give him that, actually. The thing is, though, they are different things, aren't they? They are definitely different things. You know, an anime is definitely different to a game. The whole production, the way it's done, it's an entirely different thing. But I will say that I do think these companies could do better. I do think they could do better. Because a lot of the interactions, and I'm looking at shit like Star Rail, with characters, sometimes he's just a fucking still image on screen for minutes at a time, isn't he? With dialogue over the top of it. I think these companies can do a little bit better than that. And Kuro's there as well. I think Wuthering Waves could do it. I probably cut them a little bit more slack on our Shield, Kuro, because they're a little bit smaller. But even still, I do think we could probably get a little bit more sometimes. I definitely do think, and it makes sense, it's a live service game. It's designed to stagger the story, isn't it, really? To stretch out potentially something that's maybe 30 minutes worth of content into 5 hours in a way, you know what I mean? But, you know, like I say, when I think about it, like you look at some of the scenes in Star Rail and then the stills, and you're like, damn, bro. That's a lot of yap on really basic shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like, when you think about it, a lot of gacha interactions, like fucking Blue Lock Season 2, aren't they, really? You know, just fucking, just still images, pretty much. I can see where he's coming from. I get what he's saying. Like, I don't understand why he's catching so much heat, actually, because he's catching a shit ton of heat, apparently. I think Saint was going after him. I think Pokey's been going after him. I think a bunch of people have been going after him. But I think when you look at the actual dialogue, you know, typically it's characters just standing opposite each other, not animated, not really doing much, badly lip synced, just kind of yapping to each other. A lot of the time, not VA'd as well. So I think it's fair to say, definitely improvements could be made. You know, Dan Blue Lock catching strays. You know, definitely could do better. But I don't know if you can do a one-to-one comparison with an anime studio and a game company. Now again, Kurobot action. I know I'm a Kurobot. What is it? There's like 30 people working on Wuthering Waves. How many people's working on the studio in One Piece? I bet it's more than fucking 30 people. You know? With what, 1,100 episodes deep into One Piece now? It's got to be more than 30 people, right? And Blue Lock deserves every straight it gets, man. Season 2 is wild. Like, bro. I wouldn't really say a quarter, though, at least for ZZ. What do you mean more? I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to say. Let's have a little look, shall we? Let's say Wuthering Waves. I suppose it's hard because I'm just going off the cutscenes here. Obviously, we've got dialogue and stuff between characters. Let's go 1.3 Shorekeeper. All cutscenes. All to the Shores and cinematic cutscenes. Okay, all right. You know what? If this, let's just look. Is this all the cutscenes throughout the game? Throughout the patch? Okay, all right. You know what, Fairs? You're right. Yeah, I think it's debatable. That's definitely more than a quarter, isn't it? Definitely more than a quarter. What average episode of your average anime? Let's just say anywhere between 17 to 25 minutes, right? Depending on what show you're watching. But let's say around the 20 minute mark, just to be in the middle. So we're talking 50% there. So within the space of what? With 6 weeks we're looking at, right? So, you know, and that's not including, obviously, the little yap sessions that are going on between characters. So you can probably add another what? What should we say? Another 10 minutes? Another 10 minutes, maybe? What do you reckon? How much time did we spend yapping with, well, it's more than that, actually, if you think about it, all the characters that were involved, isn't it? But that's where, like, maybe, probably, we could see a little bit more from some companies. But again, I suppose I'm giving Kuro a little bit of pass, smaller company. But I guess when I think about a company like Huyo, sorry, that maybe not so much. But yeah, I don't know if this was the best take, if I'm honest, from Gacha. I don't think it's a take that deserves, because from what I've seen, it's got people a little bit hot. I don't know if it necessarily is a take that deserves that. I think it's fair to state that, you know, I think we could get some better story interactions with our characters, rather than just two characters standing there, you know, either silently or badly lip synced. And I'm talking about all gacha games here, you know, all gacha games suffer from this, this element. But yeah, I don't know if it's a fair one-to-one comparison, is it really? I think it's a bit of an L take there, really. Let's see what people are saying. I wrote for 2 shows on Cartoon Network over the course of 5 years. It takes 9 months to produce an 11-minute episode. If One Piece is dropping an episode per week, you have to understand that the pipeline has been going for a while. Oh, well, that's obviously a thing, but that's obviously a thing. It's, you know, they're not literally being written, animated the week before. I think Gacha knows that as well. I don't think that's necessarily what he was saying. I think he was just talking about the amount, what you're getting each week, really. So, and I think it's safe to say you've got a lot more people working on these, haven't you? Can we even Google that? Consider he was using One Piece. Let's have a look. Here we go. It's not clear how many people work on each episode of One Piece, but the process of making an animated show can involve many people and take a long time. For example, making an animated... Well, don't care about that. One Piece is a Japanese anime. Yeah, we know that. It's had over 1,000 episodes. Exact number of animators working on One Piece varies per episode art due to the scale of production. However, an average of episode involves a main director, several assistant directors, a team of key animators, and a large group of in-between animators. What does a large group mean? How many people are working on? Okay. All right. So Google, take it as you will. On a monthly basis, there are roughly 2,000 workers, including non-full-time workers. About 5,000 original illustrations must be produced just for one episode. As such work continues every week, a considerably large number of people are involved. So let's just say that's rung by 5. Let's even say it's rung by 1,000. Either way, that's a lot of fucking people working on each episode, isn't it? So again, comparing it to something like Wuthering Waves, which we could be wrong now, but I think it's around about 30 developers working on WuWa, yeah? Massive difference there, isn't it? Massive difference. And then you've got to take into the account with video games that, okay, animation aside, you've got all the bug testing. You've got to create all the stuff, haven't you? That when you create an anime, it's not like it's got bugs. Obviously, you've got to get quality up, but it's not like, oh, well, this patch has broke the anime. You know? Oh, for some reason, one guy's watching it in this country, and fucking, it's just looping on this particular, you know what I mean? Or it's pixelating for some reason, you know? So yeah, Chainsaw Man's Mappa. Yeah, well, Mappa is Christ. They don't let their animators see their families, do they? Like, those dudes are tied to their desks. One Piece is a bit of an exception. Oh, well, One Piece is a bit of an exception. That's why I'm only looking at it, because he's using One Piece as an example, isn't he? You know, when you think about most anime, you're looking at what? Anywhere between 12 to 20 episodes per season. And you might typically like have to wait months, maybe even up to a year, sometimes longer depending on the show, to get the next season. You know, so like, again, you're right, it is an exception. I'm just looking at it because he's using that as an example, which is probably not the most fair example, is he? You know, looking at this, you know, one of the what considered one of the big 3 in anime, in a sense, you know, one of the massive shonen animes, been going for freaking what, since 1999 now or something like that, 25 years. How long is it? Is it 99 the One Piece came out? In terms of the anime. First episode, 1999. So, yeah. It's not the best comparison, I must admit. I don't think he's fair play though. Dude's on his way to the gym. He's just sat down, you know, and I haven't watched any Dan any yet. I plan to watch it. I was gonna try and get Rosie into watching it, but she says she don't know if she likes the look of it. Kaiju number 8, yo, Kaiju number 8's fire. I like it. I really like Kaiju number 8. I do. I really like it. And that's got like 12 episodes, I think, hasn't, in the first season. So it is an exception, really, One Piece. So, but there's part of me, I think he just used a bad analogy. I think to compare it to an anime and the turnover in especially something like One Piece was probably a bad analogy. But I get what he's trying to say, if I'm honest. I think we could get, well, we definitely could get better stories in Gacha, couldn't we? We could. There's no denying. You know, let's not pretend we're getting fucking top tier, top class shit. Yeah, I'm not saying they're serviceable, not serviceable. We definitely could get better, couldn't we? I think we could get better, higher quality stuff, especially from the big companies. You know, I don't think there's, you know, when people are going, it's not a AAA game. It's like, fuck off, man. WuWa and not AAA. Get out of here. You know what I mean? There's AAA games that are beg to make the sort of money that Genshin Impact's made. So like, that's not fair. And I definitely think we could have better. But I think it was a poor analogy. Poor analogy. Sword Art Online is incredible. Sword Art. To be fair, for me, the first half of the first season of Sword Art Online was awesome. Awesome, man. I fucking loved it. It did fall off a bit after that, though, for me. At first, we did have a bunch of things like One Piece, but then everything drops to 12 episodes per few years. Well, I think it's like, there's a lot more, especially with some of the stuff. There's some seriously high quality stuff, isn't there? And I'm thinking a lot of them, they use a lot of like computer stuff, animated stuff as well now, don't they, as well? And I think that can maybe potentially slow things down. I think maybe originally that stuff was probably brought in to make things a little bit more efficient. Well, I think maybe now it's doing the opposite potentially. I don't fucking know. I've never made a fucking anime in my life, but you know what I mean? Jamie got you into Sword Art Online. Yeah, the first half of Sword Art Online's first season I thought was fucking awesome. I did. I'm gutted it kind of Tokyo Ghoul and man. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, in terms of recent anime that I've watched, like I think the one that I enjoyed recently that I binged was Kaiju number 8. I really enjoyed that. In terms of recent, because I ain't been watching much recently, to be fair. Um, I did really enjoy it. I'm more lenient on WuWa since it needs to do advertising too, unlike the Hoyo game. Yeah, I'll admit I am as well. I know it's a Kurobot take, I get it, but I am. Smaller company, you know, it's their first global game as well, first open world game. So I'll cut them some slack. I do. Definitely do in comparison, but I would like to see more. I definitely would like to see more. I'm not going to cut them all the slack. But yeah, I do think. I think with Star Rail, I don't think there's much excuse at all for Star Rail, in my opinion, because you've got a quite linear game. They're not saying it isn't a great game. You've got a quite linear game. There's got lots of content, undeniably. I feel like and I guess I get it, it's newer stuff, but I feel like the stuff in Star Rail should be looking like Zenly Zone Zero cutscenes all the fucking time, in my opinion, or at least the majority of the time. There's no excuse in my eyes for in Star Rail when you get like a static JPEG with somebody talking over it for like 3 minutes. It's like, what the fuck is this, bro? Feels like I'm playing an indie game off Steam or like an early 2000s MMO. Or High School of the Dead already passed. How did he? Yeah, there wasn't there like that special episode or something where there was like on the island or something. It was like wasn't it like it was supposed to be like a transitional special episode that was supposed to be between one and the next season, because I loved High School of the Dead, man. It was fucking awesome. Yeah, that sniper shot from one set of titties and the bullet goes straight through the other titties. That's what, cutscene with Chang Li when she fights the exiles and she like does she rolls back like that kind of thing and the camera like pans past her boobies. That made me think of that scene in High School of the Dead when he shoots the sniper rifle and then she's there like chopping fucking zombies up and she goes back like that and titties literally do that. Fucking mint. Not only does it pass over the titties, it's like in between each individual one. Fucking mint. Yo, Cheese, what's going on, dude? I think definitely more people that can. Well, yeah. And I think a company like WuWa definitely have got the resources to do that. End of the day, comes down to costs and investment versus reward, doesn't it? Let's not pretend it ain't the cutscenes that are making gacha games the money easy. It might be the thing that we attach to in a certain way. And I suppose you can argue that in a pseudo way it is, because if the story's better and the interactions are better, you're more likely to stick around as well. Obviously, gameplay is king. But so they may be looking at it and thinking, well, this isn't what's making us the money, so we can skimp here and there. It's all about the banners, it's all about the characters, it's all about the hype for that, like, called Booba Gel Recall Suppressor. Was that one High Terror something? Was good too, the one with the masks. I don't know. Like, not series, but still some of my favourite classic anime is I don't know if any of you guys have seen Pat Labor 1 and 2. Loved them. Wings of Hominace as well. Great. obviously old school, classic. You know, it's kind of tropey to talk about. Akira, amazing, loved it. Pat Labor 1 and 2 though, fucking hell, the animation in Pat Labor 2 for the what, the early 90s, I think it was, insane, insane. Yeah, I watched the trailer for 28 years later earlier. Fucking can't wait. We skipped 28 months later. I remember that was supposed to be happening, wasn't it? Well, at least this is happening. I hope it's good. I'll say it said 28 days later it started. What was it? 28 weeks later it spread. 28 years later it evolved or something, which I suppose they're going to have to go into that because we saw at the end of 28 days later, if they don't feed, they die, don't they? They're not like zombies that can just stay alive. So I guess the rage virus must have evolved so they can go without food, I guess. I am going to try it, yeah. I am, yeah. Rosie's planning to play. It's probably, I don't know, we'll see. I'm going to play it, though, yeah. I am going to play it. I read horrors many years ago while on dialysis. Had so much time just to read so many psychological horrors already being made into animes. Yeah, I meant to watch that Jutsu one. Fucking, what was it called now? Fuck. But it looks like they changed animation studios. I don't know if it was like partway through the first season or second season. The animation went down the fucking pan, man. You look 30 plus. I'm old as fuck. Pixie's 93. Last night I watched Ninja Scrolls and Gundam Wing last. Oh, Ninja Scrolls, man. Yeah, I started watching some classic Gundam the other week, actually, like the old school Gundam. Gundam Wing was one of my favourite shows growing up as well. Oh, Neil, I'm probably the same age as Pix and only my spine is 93. If you want to know, Candy, watch the anime produced by UFO Table. He's old enough to know better and young enough not to care. I wish I knew better. It's the problem. I'm old enough to know better, but I don't. All right, this is outside gacha. This is outside gacha, but nonetheless, I'm here for it, okay? I am here for it. I don't know what this is pertaining to specifically, but I'm here for the downfall of Ubisoft. We know it's been happening. Their stock prices have been crashing. They've been getting obliterated left, right, and centre. X-Defiant's been cancelled. Assassin's Creed's been delayed. They've had the IP of Assassin's Creed being discussed in the Parliament of Japan for the disrespect to their heritage, their history, and their culture. And they just can't stop catching L's. And I think this is what happens when you employ obese women with purple hair and bingo wings. Let's check it out then. This video from Big Fry TV. The downfall of Ubisoft continues. I'm here for the cinema. All right, let's get into it.
So the articles are starting to come out now that Ubisoft is currently in talks over a potential buyout with Tencent.
I was going to say, I've heard this. This is insane if this happens. Tencent are apparently looking to buy major shares of Ubisoft. I heard that apparently the initial brothers who owned Ubisoft back in the day and Tencent were going in together to buy back the company from the shareholders. But I don't know if that's the case now. Maybe it's just Tencent. But insane if that happens. Could it be good? Could it mean good things for Ubisoft though? Could it mean the end of the bullshit within Ubisoft, or will Ubisoft play a hands off? I feel like they have to not play a hands off, don't they? They can't treat it like a Riot or a Kuro Games who are just like, you know, doing well. They're chugging along. They're doing what they want them to do. You know, Ubisoft have been failing left, right, and center. You know, bringing out fucking cookie cutter games that just literally fall off an assembly line, trash all over the place. So I feel like if Tencent do purchase them, they have to be hands-on, right? Otherwise, they're going to just purchase a dying entity. So, be interesting to see what happens. What we're thinking, is this a good thing? Do we want Tencent to buy them? Do we want to see this massive company continue to eat up more and more smaller companies, creating yet another monopoly in the space? Or are we like, fuck Ubisoft, whatever, it's better in other people's hands?
Now, over the last 3 or 4 months or so, with the cancellation of XDefiant and the subsequent layoffs of those studios, the cancellation of Division Heartland, the piss-poor sales reception of Star Wars Outlaws, the team behind Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown being essentially disbanded, even though the game sold well and was reviewed even better, and the
problem with the Prince of Persia game was it was priced too expensive. When you've got like a Castlevania-like 2D side-scroller game and you're pricing it, I think it was like £40, wasn't it? Or $40, $50. It wasn't full price, but it was like, you know, that sort of triple A price game. It was just kind of destined to not do well. That game should have been priced at a reasonable price, and I think it might have done a little bit better. Always was going to have a ceiling, though, the type of niche game that it was. But yeah, I've heard lots of good things about that game.
Cancellation of a ton of other projects internally, we have seen these rumors that...
The thing is, though, with Ubisoft, sorry to keep pausing, like, it's almost like Korean games to a degree, isn't it? But worse. You know the fundamental elements of what it's going to be in a Ubisoft game. It's just copied, rinsed, and repeated throughout their entire games, isn't it, really? I suppose really the one that felt kind of unique in a sense was XDefiant. Well, not unique because it wasn't unique. It was a copy of COD, but unique in the sense that it didn't feel like a typical Ubisoft game. But just like Ubisoft again, it was trying to copy something not as good years later, like they've been doing for the last decade, really. They've been behind the curve constantly, haven't they?
Tencent is looking to get a bigger stake in the company. And usually when we start to see articles like this roll out, it's really only a matter
China's
of time.
taking over in the gaming industry, man. I'm not even mad about it.
Right now, according to other articles that are slowly rolling out over the last couple of days, is that Tencent and the Guillemot brothers aren't coming to an agreement as quick as they need to because they're having internal disputes over control of the company. Sources close to the matter told Reuters that the Guillemot Brothers Limited, run by the family of the same name, including Ubisoft co-founder and long-serving CEO Yves Guillemot, hopes to retain the control it currently has over Ubisoft after the deal.
See, that's the problem, isn't he? Again, that's what I say. A Tencent going to want to buy into that. Because you throw in good money, bad money after good or good money after bad, aren't you, when it comes to Ubisoft? Because, again, getting majority shares in Kuro and saying, look, man, you just keep on cooking makes sense. You're buying into something that you've got a projection of potential of growth, haven't you? Potentially, could this be the next Hoyo? Wuthering Waves is on the up. If we give them money, they're going to produce good stuff for us. But if you're not able to have control over Ubisoft and the people who are kind of controlling the show right now, why are you going to want to invest in that? Why are you going to want to give them billions of dollars, billions of pounds, billions of euros to say, yeah, keep doing what you're doing? Tencent is stupid. That'd be mental to do that. It's the definition of insanity, you know, doing the same thing again and expecting different results. The top needs to change, doesn't it, in Ubisoft? Or at least, if they're not going to change, accept what the new investors say is basically what's going to happen.
Deal is done. However, Tencent is said to be holding off taking part in the buyout and increasing its stake until it's been promised a greater influence when it comes to future board decisions. And apparently discussions are ongoing between the two, in part to help prevent any other investor performing a hostile takeover of Ubisoft, with sources claiming that Tencent plans to bide its time and wait for the Guillemot family to agree to its conditions. So, I mean, essentially, Tencent's just like, you need us way more than we need you. Yep. We'll just wait. And
yeah, we can just, hey, look, man, if you don't want to do it now, we'll let it go for a little bit, and then we'll buy it even cheaper in the future when you're even more desperate, like, because that's probably what's going to happen. Ubisoft isn't going to bounce back from this, is he? Like, their flagship IP in Assassin's Creed has been delayed. You know, it's probably going to sell well because it's Assassin's Creed, but it's been delayed. Everything else they make is just flopping. It's just falling at the wayside, you know, and they're spending a lot of money on IPs for them to fail. So if I was them, I'd take the fucking money now, I would.
And amongst these discussions, we now have industry experts predicting that Ubisoft is heading towards privatization and dismantling in 2020.
I think it'll be better for it, if I'm honest. You know, the fact that it's on the stock exchange, it's on the US stock exchange, it's on the French stock exchange. They're beholden to shareholders, aren't they, in the stock market, and having to release their quarterlies, and, you know, return on investment is expected, so they have to hit targets, they have to produce particular kinds of stuff what the investors expect, because journalists are telling them this is what's going to make them money. So I think privatization would be better for them, so it can all be handled in-house and then not beholden to anybody outside of the company. Again, though, I think the people at the top need to change, don't they?
25. Industry expert Joost van Drunen, founder of the now absorbed analyst firm Superdata, believes that the French publisher will essentially be made private while it sells off pieces of its former self. And if that prediction does come true, in 2025, we'll potentially be seeing the selling of valuable IPs.
What about Ubisoft
like Rainbow
Montreal?
Six Siege, Assassin's Creed, Ghost Recon could go.
Ooh, they won't do that, though, would they? Like, even though they're IPs that are, like, floundering a little bit, they're like their IPs, aren't they? That'd be mental to sell them off. Unless Tencent are literally just going to come in and buy the IP. We'll buy part of the company. We've got to do some restructuring to make it profitable. We need you to sell Rainbow. We need you to sell Assassin's Creed. By the way, we're going to buy both of them.
Go to the highest bidder. And Splinter Cell, the remake that we're never going to get. Now, for me, I don't know if it's going to be dismantled. I don't know if they're going to go private with Tencent taking over the company in a controlling position. All I know is 2025 is about to be the craziest year for Ubisoft that I think we'll ever be able to document on this channel. And I've been following these guys for years now, and we're getting to the end game here. And for me, I have a feeling that we're going to hear some more news about this throughout the week, with the actual announcement most likely happening before the end of the year. And I gotta say, for December, Tencent is having a banger month. The release of games like Delta Force and
Ubisoft
Marvel
finances
Rivals
so bad I don't blame them, they
that
are.
They can create games, or at least be a part of games being created that are appealing.
They've been getting battered on the stock market. They should Ubisoft to be in Ubi hard.
To Western audiences.
Might work out better for
Delta Force peaking a 24-hour peak of 116,000 players.
It blew Battlefield 2042 out the water, didn't it, on Steam? Its peak was higher, and its opening weekend absolutely smashed Battlefield 2042's, which I think was like 10,000 opening weekend.
And Marvel Rivals trumping that even.
Again, what is it, NetEase who published Marvel Rivals? I've played Marvel Rivals. We're going to play a little bit and be game's fire. Game's fire.
By hitting a 24-hour peak of 480,990 on Steam alone. The last time a game like Rainbow Six was peaking at 100,000 players was earlier this year with the
That's
release
a lot of people
season.
playing, though.
And before that,
game's been out
you're
10
looking at
years, hasn't it,
almost
nearly?
3 years ago. It's tough to compare Ubisoft
Was
IPs
it 2015
with their all-time peaks
or 2016
and the
it came
stats, because
out?
truthfully, they always launch them on Uplay first, so we never get to see that first.
Yep. Absolute trash launcher. Again, forcing you to play on those shitty launchers. I hate it as well when games will be like, oh yeah, you can go on Steam as well, but then you have to sign in with the account. It's like, fuck off, man.
First day spike numbers, so we can actually see how well these IPs are actually doing.
And the
but I have a
07
feeling
for real.
that Ubisoft hasn't seen an all-time peak of 480,000, at least on one platform, in quite a few years. And I know there's always going to be controversy when you bring up the words Tencent and gamers in the same conversation, because most gamers online will tell you that they hate China. But
I know, like, when you think about it now, though, like, what's the major negatives towards Tencent? The Chinese, the connections with the CCP, the selling of your data, and potential censorship. Aren't they all problems that we get from Western publishing developers? They sell our data. They're just as bad. Well, they're worse, actually, because they give us trash constantly. They preach to us. They absolutely preach to us, and they still censor games anyway. There's a reason why a lot of the Western journalists and companies hate gacha games. Guess why? Because they'd censor those games. Might be a different kind of censorship, you know? But it's still censorship at the end of the day, isn't it?
But in these cases, the numbers are speaking for themselves. Tencent is doing things that Western developers wish they could. And if I may sprinkle in a bit of my own opinion.
Because they're providing
on this
what gamers
subject matter,
want.
I think you guys all know I think
Western devs stopped providing what gamers want a couple of years back. Not all Western developers. Western developers stopped providing what gamers want and started providing what activists and journalists want and what people on Twitter want. And those people don't care about playing their games. So guess what happens? You ain't got nobody playing your games because you're providing to a fan base that doesn't exist. Where the Chinese developers, Korean developers, I would say Japanese developers, but I feel like they've been slipping for a few years as well. They get it. They get it. They're like, they know what gamers want. They know their audience. That's the reason why in most gacha games you get female banners. No matter how much people want male banners, they know their audience. They're not trying to appeal to a few people online who might want them, which is fair, or journalists who say, well, this is wrong. They're providing to their player base, and the metrics show that it works, doesn't it?
I think Yves Guillemot has ran Ubisoft into the fucking ground. I think Ubisoft has ballooned to a company that is so unsustainable when it comes to the gaming market.
They've got too much
they
overheads.
Don't even know what the fuck they're doing anymore. Yeah. I would love to see somebody.
It's true. They haven't got an identity, have they, Ubisoft, apart from bullshit. Like, it's got an identity in terms of, like, slop, but it doesn't have an identity as a company. Like, again, a lot of the Western devs have, like really now you think of, like, Larian Studios, CD Projekt Red, in terms of these, like, quality Western developers. Man, like, you know, I don't know it doesn't last forever, but man, remember the BioWares, your Bethesdas, you know what I mean? I suppose id Studios are still doing good stuff, but, like, a lot of these companies have just fell to the wayside and lost their identity and what they represent in terms of games, in quality games that have brilliant narrative, brilliant gameplay, and you know, just have so much to give. They've lost all that now.
Else come in and run a
agree, Daniel. Agree.
Ship, cut the bloat, cut the bullshit, and start funding.
I mean, he's trying to run the game industry's booba, all the booba,
budget, the team size, and the potential.
What do you mean by that? What in regards to the male female characters? I'd like to see more male characters in Wuthering Waves, but Kuro and a lot of Chinese developers, whatever the game might be, understand that there might be people who want that, but the majority don't care for it, and they play to the consumer base in that regard. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, Western companies, they'll be like, right, what's Twitter saying? What's the New York Times saying? Oh, the New York Times said really good stuff about our game, and gamers dislike it, and then their attitude is, well, the gamers are just, they're just angry gamers. It's gamers, you know, racist gamers, bigot gamers. And then guess what? The game does really bad, and then their attitude is then, it's just because people got wrapped up in all this right-wing bullshit, cancel culture for right-wing. They can't accept girls in their games. They can't accept diversity in the games. It's like, it's not that. It's because you're not even providing good games and trying to ram stuff down our throat. And what I mean with the banners is just that the Chinese companies, and I'm reverting back to gacha games because we play a lot of gacha games, is that they understand down to that baseline what sells. You know what I mean? It's like you've got to look at things like Star Wars and Star Trek, what Hollywood's done to those things. They're shit nowadays because they're not what there was, because they tried to make Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff like that for a community that doesn't care to consume Star Wars and Star Trek. And then the original community that wants to consume it doesn't care for it anymore because it's not the same thing they fell in love with. You know what I mean? To be honest, I'm all for whatever female boob, but whatever come for fuck if ever protagonist or some big tip women that should get old. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't like all what I want at the end of the day is good games. You know, I'm okay to play a female character. Some people know. I'm okay to play a female character in a game that's butch as fuck, that looks like she could smash your teeth out in a bar fight if the game's good. You know what I mean? And it makes sense for that character to be in that role. I'm okay for whatever the character is. The problem is in a lot of Western games is they find a way to inject that character into something that's already established that doesn't fit within, you know what I mean? In a multitude of different ways, just to appeal to an audience that they think is going to love the game. And they think they're so good at making games that their original audience will like it and a new audience will like it. But they force this into this new game and they spend so long worrying about all these different aspects to appeal to diversity that they forget to make a good game. And then a shit game rolls out with characters that nobody cares about, and it's just doomed to fail, isn't it? I think it was shit, what was the development company? Avowed. You know that game that's coming out, Avowed? There's been a load of leaks coming out about that, apparently. I don't know who the leaker is, but the company, people within the company seem really intent on pissing people off who've got a problem with that sort of stuff being injected into the game. And I think one of the developers was talking about how important it is to have pronouns in the game and spending a lot of time on how pronouns could be injected into and the dialogue options working around all that sort of stuff. Think about when a developer's spending that much time on all that sort of stuff. The game's going to suffer to a degree, isn't it? Now, if it doesn't, great. If that stuff's there and the game's amazing, I ain't mad. But if, you know, you can understand people being like, well, another game that turned to shit because they were worried about other things. I think that's a problem in a lot of Western studios, if I'm honest. You know, and I'm not just talking about games, talking about movies, TV shows, everything. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's get back to the downfall of Ubisoft, shall we?
Returns, because like,
Bro, I agree with you, Chase, I do.
If X Defiant reaching 15 million players,
Agree
in the
more,
first
Malbanner, so I can
5
skip
days,
disciples.
if those numbers aren't enough to put you into the green, you are doing something seriously wrong. So I definitely, at this point, I understand Tencent's hesitation. Like,
you know, it's like they've got stuff like Splinter Cell. Where's a dope-ass Splinter Cell game? You know, like recently, like give us a fucking AAA sick Splinter Cell game with cool stealth mechanics, cool action, a really intriguing story. You know, they've got the thing with a lot of the Western publishers as well. They've got all these different IPs, but they don't care to use them, and it's wild, man.
Buy into this, things need to drastically change. And I think everybody watching from the outside perspective definitely has those same feelings. But of course, Yves Guillemot, like, Ubisoft is his baby, and he wouldn't want to give that up. But I really do think, as somebody who is a major fan of how Ubisoft used to be,
yeah,
I think they're too far gone to keep continuing.
You think they just want to walk away into the sunset with the money, wouldn't you?
Quo.
Why hold on to
somebody
it?
in chat brought these articles to my attention, and this is what I said in response
to prove
the
people
question,
wrong.
like, what I would do differently if I was in Ubisoft's position. We had Ghost Recon, we had Splinter Cell, we had fucking Tom.
Yep, Ghost Recon. Where the fuck is that? Ghost Recon Future Soldier. Fucking great game. Lots of the Ghost Recon games are great. Where they at, man? Where they at? You know what I mean?
Clancy's and, you know, all these great ass games, right? When the Ubisoft of that was making them, I don't know the actual number, but let's say Ubisoft at the time was 5,000 employees. When you take, you know, 6 or 7 development teams and they're making multiple games, the overhead is a lot less, so they needed to make less money on each one to be able to come out ahead. As Ubisoft ballooned from, say, 5,000 to where they're at now, which is 18,000 plus employees.
I think as well, where the AAA space has been messing up is the desire to push graphics up and up and up and up and up and story, like, you know, which is great. Obviously, I'm not against beautiful games. I want them. I think they need to be a little bit few and far between. You know what I mean? One, they impact a little bit more, and two, because, man, obviously, probably a lot of you guys are not old enough to remember. Back in the PlayStation 2 days, you used to get fucking games left, right, and center. I'll try and bring it up after, but you can look to some developers. They were putting out, I might be over-exaggerating here, but I don't think I am, potentially hundreds of games a year, if not multiple upon multiple dozens of games every single year, you know? Now, don't get me wrong, probably 75% of it was trash, but they were putting out that much stuff that the 25% was covering the 75% and the 25% was gold, you know what I mean? And you just don't get that anymore because games cost so much money to develop. They take so long to develop. They're bringing in Hollywood actors and paying them millions of pounds to voice characters that we hate in the end. They're spending so much in, oh, look at this lighting and look at these reflections, which, don't get me wrong, I'm a visual whore. I love it. But, you know, every game doesn't need to look like that. We need more games that are more 95% gameplay, 5% extra. And then, you know, have these games that are super narrative, super story-based, these massive cinematic scaled, huge scope games that and then they stand out a bit more, don't they? You know, like your Spider-Mans, your Last of Us's, your Red Dead Redemptions, your GTAs, and then have these like AAA games and AA game space where it's a lot closer because the gameplay itself's king and the rest of it kind of fades into the background. I think we'd have a much healthier AAA space, if I'm honest. But it's just become so expensive now, and these games are just, a lot of them are just not making the money back. That's why they've moved into the live service for one. Obviously, the live service because they've seen the money that's in mobile. But as somebody who enjoys gacha games and free-to-play games, I'm totally cool with a lot of live service stuff. If the games are good at the end of the day, that's all that matters, and the microtransactions that are in there don't suck. This is why I say I think China are just going to take over in that regard, because that it's all about the game. Even if it's gacha, that's what they're trying to push now, aren't they? The monetization's what it's about, but like they're trying to push the game as much as possible. Look at Delta Force. Look how well that's doing. It's killing it. It's killing a game like Battlefield 2042. Well, that killed itself, but you know what I mean. And they screwed up with trying to make video games into interactive movies. Yeah. They become bloated, didn't they? They become bloated.
Every game they make now has to make buco bucks.
Yeah.
Which means they can no longer.
It's a failure if it doesn't sell so many copies.
Games tied to specific niches for smaller communities. They have to make games.
That's why we get so many sequels now. It's the same in movies. We get so many remakes and sequels because in their head they're like, well, the brand's what will sell. The brand's what will sell, and it stifles creativity, doesn't it? Because it's all about, well, we've got to sell so many units because it costs so much to make that it has to be a blockbuster, basically.
That appeal to the widest fucking demographic ever because they need to make as much money along the line.
And typically, when you appeal to the widest demographic,
18,000 fucking
it's not great. It's like a jack of all trades and master and on, isn't he?
Half of these motherfuckers don't even know how to make a fucking video game, right? There is no reason why Ubisoft has 18,000 employees and is putting out the absolute fucking garbage that they've been putting out all these years. And even so, the games that they've been putting out have been few and far between. You think back in the day, dude, we had Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell, Tom Clancy's End War. We had Hawks. We had Brothers in Arms. There was a publishing outfit. We had fucking Prince of Persia. We had Rayman. We had all of these games, dude. When was the last Rayman game we saw? When was the last fucking Prince of Persia we saw? Oh, yeah. The Prince of Persia side-scroller that didn't even launch on Steam was, $60, $70. They didn't even bother pricing it within the market.
My point, exactly what I said earlier. Prince of Persia was sent out to die because it was a niche game in itself, going up against games that were arguably the same or better, that were indie games, selling for a quarter of the price. He was never going to succeed, was he?
Market of the games that they're trying to make, because again, they have to make as much money as possible. But the way that they're going about making this money, it isn't working. And we've all been calling it for years. It isn't working. The money that they're flooding back to this 18,000 overhead isn't enough to cover the overhead. So then the game shut down.
I think what's happened as well is there's become such a disconnect with the people at the top of a lot of the publishers, in that you've got Suits. And I know Suits know business. I'm not pretending they don't. But I feel like the Suits in gaming, it's kind of like the Suits that you see in films a little bit now. The Suits in gaming have become so disconnected from the art that they're giving the money to make. They don't understand it. And I feel like there's middle management and upper management and journalists and the media feeding them all this bullshit of what they think is going to be successful. And it pushes them into doing this, you know what I mean? And I'm not removing the responsibility because they're chasing all these numbers as well. And that causes it. But I think part of that's a thing as well. These guys don't understand, well, what does your average gamer want? Somebody's in their ear telling them what the average gamer wants. And that person's probably usually got a fucking agenda because we've had such a push in terms of employment to specific things that you've got people who don't really give a shit about the gamer anymore. They care more about pushing out their version of what gamers should be. And I think that's a big problem as well. I do. I think it's a mashup of all of that. The money side of things and the people whispering in the ears of these old dudes who are the investors who are like, look, I need an advisor to tell me here's the money, tell me what's going to be profitable. And the people who are telling them what's going to be profitable are kind of fucking just out there. They don't understand it, or they're willingly, attempting to push it in a specific way. Maybe that's a little bit conspiratorial, but I think that is the thing as well. I do. I'll never forgive Ubisoft for benching Rayman and Prince of Persia. Right, man, the title's like Ghost Recon for me is a massive one. It's just like, I can't believe the bench Ghost Recon. It's just like, it's insane to me. Insane to me. You know, they could have a couple of Ghost Recon games out at the minute. They could have third-person sim Ghost Recon. You could have a first-person Ghost Recon. You could have one that's a Ghost Recon that feels like it's a more PvP, not hero shooter, but a PvP comp type game, third-person. You know, I feel like they could do so much with Ghost Recon, but they choose not to because it's seen as an IP now that's not got that brand recognition, which is just crazy. Earliest I remember back in the day was like in Friday the 13th game, Godzilla, Mario, and Ninja Turtles. Basically, my earliest memories for gaming. I think, do you know what? I think one of my earliest memories for gaming, like, is playing Sonic and Alex the Kid. And I remember as well, my mum had a Commodore 64. Like, this is when, like, Sega's was out and that. And I remember playing RoboCop 2 on it. And there was this fucking game, man, that was like, and this is before my time. This was like, this was probably like the early 80s or some shit. And it was like this, it was like a fucking carnival game or something, where like you could jump off a diving board into like into water, and every time you successfully did it, it got smaller and smaller and smaller until it turned into a cup. It was mad. Michael Jackson Moonwalker. Yeah, I never really played Contra, man. I never really played Contra. Still on Godzilla Melee for GameCube. The GameCube was goated, man. Too focused on numbers, they forget the actual essence of building an IP from scratch. Yeah, because what we've got to take into account as well, PlayStation 1 era, even then, even though gaming was growing, a lot of the IPs were started by nerds who loved the games, didn't they? And then they ended up owning publishers at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It was like usually like 5 or 6 friends in a basement started coding. You know, for all the negatives of like somebody like Cliffy B, who'd started making video games as a kid because it was his passion, and it just turned into something that turned him into a millionaire. Where now, like, it's run like a business, isn't it?
Ubisoft has 18,000 employees. They had what? The Ghost Recon Battle Royale. They canceled Heartland, right? Mm-hmm. Now they canceled X Defiant.
Heartland's supposed to be going into the next Division game now, yeah, I think.
The only game
getting pushed into it like merged.
That we know for sure that has a release date from Ubisoft is Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, if I'm a company with 18,000 employees, and we have one game with a concrete release date that, by the way, was just
crazy when you think about it. Yeah, crazy.
You're fucked. So I'll be curious to see what happens with this.
I like that whole, you know, let's get out the word and art, and we'll do all that to come to the conclusion of you're fucked.
Buyout.
Like
We've heard rumors that PlayStation was looking at buying out Ubisoft. I think now that all of
I
these
don't want that
articles
to
are
happen.
coming out
I don't
saying
think PlayStation will
they're
fix
in
it.
talks with Tencent, there's a dispute over power. I think that the Tencent buyout is inevitable at this point, and I
think it's probably for the best as well. I think PlayStation have proven recently they're incapable. I think especially when it comes to multiplayer stuff, PlayStation are incapable. They just don't know how to deal with multiplayer games. They're good at making single player story stuff, and they've even been sucking at that. Fucking up with that recently. But they just seem to have forgot what makes a good multiplayer game. Sony haven't, how to handle it. Like, I'm still pissed that they cancelled The Last of Us 2 factions to make Concord. It's just like, I don't want them anywhere near all the IP that Ubisoft have got.
I think it's just a matter of time. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think Tencent buying out Ubisoft and taking control of that company is a net positive for gamers? Do you think it's
I think it probably
negative?
is, yeah.
I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. And
as somebody who's balls deep in gacha now, I'm over all this stuff with, oh, it's a Chinese company, oh, it's going to have spyware on it. It's like, bro, all the anti-cheats, there's lots of anti-cheats on Western games that get kernel access. They sell you data, and the games end up being trash anyway. I'd rather get to the lesser of two evils. They're selling my data to the American government, the British government. I don't trust them any more than I trust the Chinese government. The thing is, the American and the British government have got way more of a potential to impact my life than the Chinese government have beyond censorship. You know what I mean? So I'd take the lesser of the two evils, man, and potentially get a better game, if I'm honest.
You guys do leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think Ubisoft needs to do to get back on track. I'm sure there's going to be a ton of different answers down there.
I still need to play the extraction of this game.
My name is Big Rye. Leave a like on the video and subscribe for more
Yet
industry
to play
news,
it.
FPS content, and
Yet to play
everything in between. And I'll see you on the next one.
So yeah, Ubisoft are well and truly fucked. Well and truly fucked. And don't get me wrong, it's never good to see companies go that way, because obviously you'd rather them just be good and making good stuff. But fuck them. That's what I think. Fuck them. You know what I mean? They've been pushing out garbage for years now, and yeah, it's inevitable, isn't it? It's inevitable. And maybe other Western developers and publishers will look at that and go, let's try not to do that, shall we? You know, let's try and rein stuff in. Let's make more smaller games. Let's pump out some more quality games. And let's stop trying to fucking dictate to people what they should enjoy in the video games, and just do what we do and provide them with games they want. You know what I mean? Now, the big question is, how will Sony versus Tencent or Chinese-based Megacorp would play out? Tencent are probably, even though Sony, I think, is Sony bigger than Tencent? I think Sony as an entity is bigger than Tencent, isn't he? But I think Tencent are probably more cash flow rich, if that makes sense. You know, if you looked at Sony as a market cap, probably bigger than Tencent, but I feel like Tencent have got more cash, like, you know, liquid cash. I feel like Sony would probably lose. I do. Because I feel like with things like Tencent, if they were ever in a position where, I don't know, maybe they were considered the underdog, or in a position where it looked like it might be bad for, I feel like the Chinese government to step in to back them up. I do. I just feel like Tencent have just got access, you know? Tencent can literally write that check right here, right now, and they're good for it. Whereas Sony would be like, well, shit, we've got the money, but we're gonna have to either borrow it, or we're gonna have to sell some. You know what I mean? In regards to do that, like it's like that type of liquid cash. You might have less than the guy down the road, but you've got more cash. You can literally go and get that $100,000 out the bank now, where he might be 10 times more wealthy than you, but it's all in assets. Dude's got to remortgage something, or sell something, or take a loan out against something to get it done. I feel like that's the kind of position Sony are in, if I'm honest. Because now, really, PlayStation's Sony's main arm of business, isn't it? You know, they've been bleeding on TVs and tech side of things, haven't they, for a while? I think even in the movie space, they've been pulling back a little bit, haven't they? Unfortunately, my mum was so tight she'd squeeze a quarter until the eagle screamed. So I got to sit there as a poor kid watching other kids play games. Just so tight she squeezed until the eagle screamed, you know. I like that. Yeah, man, wild. I think by the end of 2025, we'll see that happen, won't we? You know, we'll see that happen. What is Ubisoft's ticker? What's a ticker? UBI. Here we go. Let's have a look at it on the French market, shall we? Where's fucking Dartmouth on trading view now? Okay. Let's have a look on the weekly. Actually, let's have a look on the monthly. You know what though? If I wasn't looking at Ubisoft as a company right now, I'd look at that and I'd be like, you know what? That's a buyer's market, that is. You know what I mean? That's a buyer's market, like. But like with the way Ubisoft are going, I could definitely see this, you know, coming down. And if there's the rumors of privatization, then you don't want to be getting involved in that, really. You know, where's most of the volumes around this region, isn't he? Is it? I don't use Trading View for ages. Here we go. Like most of the volumes down here. So, you've still got plenty, plenty of potential to see these come down into these sort of regions and then, like, maybe do something like this. Or you could see it come down here and accumulate for years, potentially. Like what we're looking at here. Like these ranges of accumulation. You're talking like, what? Almost 3 years, really. So, like 4 years, 5 years. Man, this fall down. Like, what's this? So, it peaked in what? 2018. So, the last 6-7 years, they've just been bleeding out constantly. Absolutely bleeding out. Never decided in my life because it's expensive compared to renting a PS2. Yeah, I had a Mega Drive. And then PlayStation 1. Yeah, don't look great. Where's the log chart? Man, it's been ages since I used Trading Me. Where's the log chart? Just because this is on auto, I think. I want to switch to the logarithmic. It's a little bit better to look at for over. I don't know where it is. For long time frames. So yeah, not looking great. Not looking great, is it, for Ubisoft? But at the same time, like you say, if I was just looking at this, like say if I was looking at something like a bit of crypto, and I was thinking, ooh, I'd look at this here and I'm like, I wouldn't be looking to buy right now. But like, if we saw something kind of like you see, you come down, you have a little bottom out, you have a little pull up, you come back, you create a higher low, something like that. If we did see this come down, maybe see something like this, and then see something like this, that might be a time to then be like, oh, okay, this might be a time to see it maybe go up a little bit, but whether it just becomes a lame duck and we see some lower lows, I don't know, because it's bled out for a long time, man, a long time. Like these were some bloody, like, well, obviously this is 2021, man, February 2021, all the way down to September 2022 was rough, rough. Holy shit. That's on the French exchange. Can we look at it on where's the American? But isn't it on the New York Stock Exchange? I thought it was. So they've got it split up because like this doesn't represent the entire market cap. This isn't, because they've got it split across a bunch of different markets. Yeah, man. Peak times. Peak times. Hey, think of this. Let me cook. Sweet Baby Inc. are a Chinese plant to bring down the Western gaming audience industry. They get it. They're like, you know what? This is how we do it, lads. We understand gamers and we know what gamers are going to hate. And then they created it and let it off into the world. Sent back from the year 2251 to kill the gaming industry, right? Take the tin foil out of pigs. Let me cook, man. Let me cook. Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. They provide nothing to the gaming industry. They provide nothing. Like, obviously, I've probably played games that they've been involved. I will die on this hill that I don't think any game that they've been involved in that was a decent game was made better by them being involved. But I definitely do think games that were poor games was probably made worse by them being involved. I do. Just from what I've heard, we've all heard the stories, you know what I mean? They don't care about video games, man. They don't. They do not care about video games. Pixelman, you're a genius. I was so fooled. So that company's relentlessly stupid to bleed out money from every company. Come in. It's like coming in, really, and bringing in people to reduce the property prices in an area, and then coming in and swooping up all the cheap property. Let's bring these guys in. Let's obliterate the value of Western game publishers, and then we'll just buy them for pennies. Perfect business plan, man. Imagine Ubisoft IP bought by Tencent, then comes back. Just imagine it, man. Just imagine it. Exactly. Just imagine. Let's have a look, actually. IP owned by Ubisoft. I do need to get ready to play some games, but I'm interested now. Category of Ubisoft franchises. It's on Wikipedia, so, we'll have to take it with a grain of salt, but... Hey, what's going on, Leah? I know, yeah. Jak and Daxter back in the day. Glorious. So, yeah. So, what we're looking at? America's Army, the Anal series, Assassin's Creed, Brothers in Arms, Call of Juarez, CSI franchise video games. Driver, another classic as well. Driver, great video game. Like, if they had some sense, I feel like, if Tencent came in and bought them, that'd be something they're looking to create. They'd be like, you know what? Look what's massive, GTA. Let's try and compete with them. I feel like that's what Tencent to do. Now, it probably wouldn't be as good as GTA, but it'd probably provide a lot of stuff that people would want, Far Cry, again, another great IP that could be made better. I loved Far Cry 5. I did, actually. I really like Far Cry 5. Great game. But another IP that deserves, like, a revamp and be, like, could be the most insane, one of the most insane IPs out there. Heroes of Might and Magic. Just Dance, Might and Magic, NFL FIFA video games, Prince of Persia again, Rabbids, Rayman, Tom Clancy games, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six, Trackmania, Watch Dogs. Watch Dogs could be made into something that actually it could be good though. Let's have a look at it. This is no way. This is all what they own. Then I know they own more than this. I've got to have a better list somewhere. This list is trash. Wait a minute. Hosted domains 88. Number of IPv4 20,408. That's probably not individual properties though. It's probably like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Fire. I like that game. I had that on a GameCube. Fire. Hey, what's going on, Sutsa? Driver Revival would be great. Obviously, we've got Assassin's Creed, Ape Escape, and Ape Escape coming back would be pretty cool. We saw Ape Escape kind of come back in a pseudo way in Astrobot. Another cool game from back in the day that'd be a fun double A game that they could just publish. They don't have to go mental on it. Just bang it out. Have it be a fun game. Have it be a cool new revival of a twist on the game. A good platformer game that's fun to play. What we got? Baldur's Gate, obviously. Baldur's Gate, we'll ignore that one. These are just lists of games. So, like, these are not necessarily IPs. They would have had licenses for these. They are on Good and Evil as well, haven't they? What the fuck happened to that game? Don't you remember when that game got announced years ago? And it's just like that game's just not happening now. Let's have a look here. Titles that could be to be brought in to maybe do something potentially. I didn't realise they made Devil May Cry 3. Far Cry as well. They could, again, somebody who loved Far Cry 5. That could be some Ghost Recon. Another series, absolutely goated series, just floundering, just been left to the wayside to die for no reason at all. I'm just trying to look at the stuff that's their IP, because, like, you know, you look at things like Indiana Jones and stuff, that's not theirs. They just bought the rights to it, didn't they? What we got? Like, when was the last Rabbids game? Was it 2017? So 7 years ago, the last Rabbids game, because they was quite popular, weren't they? Now, I know it's not going to be a big sellout, because this is a problem. They don't want these kind of games, do they? They don't want these kind of games. They're just middle of the road. If they didn't spend so much money on them, they could have many middle of the road games and be incredibly profitable. All right, there's no worries, buddy. Thank you very much for stopping by, man. I do appreciate you. Watch Dogs 2 had some phenomenal ideas, to be honest. A lot of them were just poorly executed, bro. But I die on that hill. That it was a great game. Legion, though, was a dog. Yeah, I think Watch Dogs 2 was all right. I didn't actually hate Legion either. I didn't hate it. It's probably because I you know, freaking being set in London was probably a big factor for me as well. Obviously, the Rainbow Six games, Rayman, you know, why we got a cool Rayman game recently. Again, another game that doesn't have to have incredible amounts of money poured into it, but could be a good middle of the road game that could sell plenty of copies if it was decent. You know, get it on Steam, get it on consoles. Christ, even if you want to make a mobile version. We got here Silent Hunter. Silent Hunter, what's that now? That rings a bell. What's Silent Hunter? Is that the submarine game? Yeah, it is, yeah. Okay. Thought it was. Splinter Cell as well. Why ain't we got a really good Splinter Cell game at the minute? Now, that could be maybe one that's a little bit more in the AAA space, maybe. You know? Doesn't have to be mental, but, you know, something that's nice and cool. We'll never see another game like Blast or World 9. Sailor Don to Saint Dontas. The London boys is crazy. Next word better be London. Hey, stick it in. Oh, another good game. The Getaway. London. Let's go. But yeah, 3.0. Stick it in London. I'll be happy. Goated game of the year. What we got? What Trackmania? Bro, this is a zombie as well. Wait, again, 1996. Was there a zombie game from 1996? Like Zombie on the Wii U, Zombie U. Good game that was. Like, give us something like that again. It doesn't have to be a massive AAA billion-dollar game. You know, make it cheaper, make it less of a scope, but just make it all about the gameplay. You don't have to spend millions on fucking voice actors from Hollywood. Just give us something decent, a cool game with really good gameplay, and I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Speaking of Saint Tontas, he's been pretty wild lately. Yeah, he was crashing out a little bit yesterday on stream. I'm not gonna lie, crashing out a little bit. Carmageddon, bring back fucking what's it, man? Twisted Metal, shit, bro. Love that shit back in the day. The zombie genre lived and died. He'll never die for me. It's undying. I love zombies. But yeah, he had a bit of a crash out. Yesterday. Yeah, man, he's been turned into a bit of a gatekeeper. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Like the dude seems all right, but like when he's on his live streams, man, he definitely gets a little bit. I think he always has to prove that he's right to the point where he gets et up. He was getting a bit flustered yesterday. Like chat was getting under his skin to the point where he's like, dude, just forget about it, man. Just forget about it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Ubisoft have got way more IPs than these. I feel like they've got way more. Yeah, he was going off on Vars, wasn't he? It wasn't only a few days ago that he said that, which I'm not against critiquing other YouTubers, but he was saying that he didn't mind going after Pridwin or Pridewin and the gacha revenue chart because they're not a person, even though it was a person. And it's, it's Corpo. Attack the Corpo is fine. But that's not a Corpo, it's another YouTuber. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying what he was saying was wrong. I'm definitely not saying that because I think he was probably right. It's just the way he went. It's the way you say things, isn't he? Somebody can be right, but when they have to keep going on about it, in the end, you're like, fuck, man. I hope you're wrong. You know what I mean? Bro, check his recent video. It'll give you a smile. What were we on about? Saints. I did watch a little bit last night, but I was like going to sleep. Are you going to take a peek at his VOD? I'll take a little look. Unhinged Mysteries, what's going on? Twisted Metal was amazing. Yes, I would love to see Twisted Metal come back. I used to love playing that with my cousin back in the day, man. Good times. I mean, I feel like he might be doing it. Oh, he's definitely doing it for content. He's definitely farming. But I also think, I don't know, it feels like, I don't know. It's not just that as well. Because, like, for me, I like Saint. He makes good content. And the dude is charismatic. And he's very good at eloquently putting across his points and thinking through to rebuttal people and stuff. And again, as I say, he's charismatic, but I don't know if he's just got the vibe to do the kind of content that he's doing now, if that makes sense. I don't know if it suits him, for me, personally. Like, when I watch it, I'm just like, and he just carries on and on and on sometimes. Like, he beats a dead horse. And he's just like, okay, I get it, bro, man. The dude's dead. Leave him alone now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could understand. Yeah, I think I've been seeing that more and more. I have been seeing that in some communities. And this is not even in the Genshin community. I've seen people outside of it that do kind of find that they're a little bit turned off playing Wuthering Waves because of people like that. Was that the entire stream, that video? Was he? Because I saw at the start that I thought he was saying, like, we're going to look at this later. Because I skipped through his watching, because I was watching the Lolco live podcast last night. And I didn't get to sleep till 3 o'clock. I couldn't sleep. And I think I ended up just skipping. I saw the start. And then I skipped in. I saw he was reacting to that video. But I thought he was, it was like, well, this is what we're going to look at. And then I looked towards the end and he was on that video still. And I didn't think he was still. That reaction was the entire stream. Yeah, see, that can't be just farming. That's somebody up in, that he's got annoyed by that, which I don't get it. Because, again, I feel like, and like I say, I'm not saying he's not wrong about what he's saying. Sometimes he comes across like he's trying to gatekeep the way people make content within Wuthering Waves and about Wuthering Waves sometimes. Like he feels it's his duty to, to don his shining gold armor and to stand against the hordes of the underworld with his glowing crown. And I'm just like, bro, it's not that deep, man. And I think the more he does it, I think he's going to have a mask off moment on stream one of the days, and it's not going to go well for him. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe, because some people can do it for years, People like Tectone, Tectone's like, I think it just works for Tectone. I feel like he's got a little bit more about him. Some people that can do that sort of content, and it's enjoyable at the same time. For me, I don't know if it suits Saint, if I'm honest. I might be wrong. People seem to like it. Objective of the tower is just... Yeah, see, like, I'm not a fan of the tower. That's one thing I didn't like, is that it was basically equated. People, if you don't like the tower, it's more just down to skill. That you've got to... And it's like, nah, it's just shit. Personally, it doesn't mean it's shit. I just don't like it personally for myself. The tower, to be honest, is just a gig. People always ask and talks about it on Capstream too. Viewers ask about it and stuff, and he obviously defends it. Might just be trolling, but yeah, it might be. He might be. I don't care enough to really. I don't get twisted up on content. I respect, unless you're doing some fucked up shit. I respect the grind on everybody's kind of content. I do. Even just because it's not for me, and I'm not saying Saint isn't for me, because there's lots of content Saint makes that I like. Just because a particular style of content or way somebody's going about something isn't my personal cup of tea, doesn't mean it ain't good. I ain't the arbiter of what's entertaining. you know. But like sometimes I've listened to him in his recent streams, and I'm just like, okay, bro, shut the fuck up now, please, move on, you know. I think he cares a lot about the game and wants to give the best critiques to the game to improve it. He recognises that the devs. Oh yeah, I definitely do think that. He even kind of self-admitted though, like that he does what he does in the hope that people come around and then want to play Wuthering Waves. I just feel like it's kind of a weird moral crusade, in my opinion, to do that. I just enjoy the game. I've never felt like I've got to try and get you to agree with me that this game that I'm playing is not just subjectively better, but is objectively better, and that you probably should bounce out of that and come there. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what, but I can't remember exactly. I can't be asked to go back through. You know, I might be talking shit here, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he kind of cited something like that the one time to one person in replying to what they were saying. And I was just like, all right, cool. If that's your crusade, then have at it, I guess. And I don't dislike Saint. Don't get me wrong, I'm saying this stuff. I don't dislike Saint. I think he's entertaining. I think he makes good videos. He knows what he's talking about Wuthering Waves. He does know what he's talking about Wuthering Waves. He's eloquent. He's intelligent. You know? I think he's definitely a narcissist, but that's not illegal. I like Tectone. Tectone's a self-admitted narcissist. You know what I mean? I think to be a good content creator, you have to be a little bit of a narcissist, to be fair. It's just a stat check. It's just a stat check, the Terror of Adversity is. Which I ain't got a problem with stat checks. All gacha games have them. I would like a little bit more to the Terror. I would. I'm cool with it staying the way it is, but I would like some additions attached to it. Because the way I look at the Terror, it's like almost like this academy for training resonators in a way. And I'd like it to have a little bit more, that's all. I ain't mad if it doesn't ever change, though. Well, the choice is HP inflation or timer. As of right now, it's just how flawless the rotation is. Yeah, I was going to say, like, there needs to kind of be stat checks in some form in endgame and gacha games, because it's about, you know, because it pushes you to build out your roster, to pull, to create multiple teams, and it pushes you to spend time in that regard, doesn't it? I just like some extra stuff as well, I would, personally, in the tower. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. If done correctly, streamers will take the audience along for the ride. There's no need to force yourself to play wherever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think for me, Wuthering Waves is a good enough game that it speaks for itself. And if people don't like Wuthering Waves, I don't think anything you're ever going to say is going to convince them otherwise. Even if you can objectively say, well, this part of the game's better. This part of the game is better. Actually, this part of the game's better. It just doesn't change it, does it? You know. Somebody can argue all day why steak's objectively better than chicken. Somebody's just going to be like, bro, I like crispy chicken, man. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? It don't matter what you say. No matter if you say, dude, what about a nice medium rare Wagyu beef steak with a little bit of, you know, insert whatever sauce you want on there. Some nice thick cut oven chips. You know what I mean? Some nice mushrooms, whatever, you know? And then somebody's like, that sounds great, bro, but I want my crispy chicken burger, man. You know? You could take it to anything, can't you? Music. You could argue all day about, well, this singer's better than that singer and this rapper's better than that rapper. Somebody will just listen to a song and go, nah, man, this song hits differently compared to that one. I think sometimes we get attached to experiences, especially video games, at moments in our life. I think you'll never take away from some people that experience of playing Genshin for the first time in the middle of COVID. That can't be repeated. That's something that's unlikely to be repeated by any game. Now, I'm not saying people can't have that same immersive experience of pulling them into a game, but just in the setting, the COVID buff, the way the world was, we're locked in the house all the time. That game dropped at the perfect time, and like nostalgia and emotion means a lot to people. You'll never pull people away from that. It also encourages people who don't want to do hardcore to spend and actually do the gacha aspect, because I think it's a way to try and push you into that stuff. And I ain't mad about it. I just ain't a fan of the. I'm cool with stat check. I just find the tower a bit boring. It doesn't engage me. You know, it's not bad. It's why I just haven't really bothered with it for a while, because it just doesn't engage me. I feel that too early days in my WuWa gaming. Once I pass the wall, 30-30 is pretty easy. Similar situation with Animal Crossing, yeah? It's like, I'll always have a soft spot for Fallout games, and I'll always have a soft spot for Fallout 3. No matter how much the game ages, you know, people could argue that there's other open world games, RPGs that are better, and they can list all the reasons. But you'll never take away from me that experience of leaving the vault for the very first time and looking upon the wasteland. There's no game will ever do that. Ever. You know? They might do different things in different ways, but no game will ever do that. No game will ever take away the experiences that I had in Mass Effect 2. You know what I mean? In Dragon Age. And people can argue all the arguments of the want in the world, but that'll never be top for me as a gamer. Yeah, I agree, Charlie. I don't want the tower gone. I don't want the tower gone. I don't want that. I just want, like, if that's the tower, stick a bunch of stuff on it. You know what I mean? Like, give me an unlimited tower mode. I can go into the tower. I can do the normal tower. Is the infinite tower. I can just go up and up and up and up, kind of like how it is in ZZZ. Or I can have one here where it's kind of like a full-on practice mode. You know, like I can go in. I can do all this stuff. I can set it up in a specific way, so I can test cycles and rotations and different sets on characters, try different stuff with soul, you know, just like as a test bed. But actually, you can set it up to a way where the enemies will just stand there, they'll attack you, they'll do certain things, so you can practice certain things. I'd like that sort of stuff there as well, which is not really endgame, but you know what I mean? And I'd like some other stuff attached to it as well. As in, it's appealed during COVID. Yeah, I get you. Never got to experience a Fallout 3 opening. I played the game years later, being seeing that opening several. Yeah, for me, it was amazing. Because, like, when I first played Fallout 3 as well, I thought Fallout 3, because obviously it was a time of games then, I didn't know it was an open world game. I thought you was going to spend the entirety of the game within the vault. I thought it was going to be like just a first person tunnel shooter, basically, you know, not dissimilar, not in the same vein as something like Doom in terms of the pacing, but like, you know, that sort of game where it's just like, oh, I'm going to be going around these tunnels, shooting people, kind of going from area to area and checkpointing, it being quite linear. And then when I left, I was like, what the fuck? Blew my mind. You know what I mean? Absolutely blew my mind. Problem with the tower is it forces you to build characters you don't want to build so you can beat it. Like right now, I get that, but I understand why it's designed for that as well, you know? And it's not even that. I find it unintuitive, I guess. You know? Like, I prefer to, like, I know the Elusive Realm's different, but I find that more engaging. But I find, like, hologram fights more engaging because they feel... And they are, you know, it's more about the skill. But I understand why the tower exists. I do. I get it. I totally get it. It makes sense. It works. I just would like more, personally. I'm just not a fan of it. You know what I mean? But I get why people like it. I do get why people like it. Oh, God. Okay, let's have a look at this.
Look, Wuthering Waves is scary.
Let's have a look at this, shall we? Let's have a look. I think going back to the same thing as well. All I'll say, it wasn't the same because Fox did it in a lot more insulting way. But I feel like the way he was going off in his stream kind of felt like the Fox situation. Now, I'm not saying Saint himself was really the one speaking out on the Fox situation, where everybody didn't like the way Fox spoke about Saint in that, which was fair because it was kind of out of order. Dude had a mask off moment, didn't he? But it kind of feels like he's doing that in his streams as well. I'm like, those two would, I think those two would get together and have fun because they're kind of similar guys in a way. If I'm honest, kind of similar guys. And I'm not saying that as a negative. Hollows are just a reminder of how shit I am with skill. And the rest of 40% comes from the substats. Are we talking about crit rate, crit damage here, are we? The closest I can feel to the opening of Fallout 3 is when they started Shadow of the Colossus, when their opening cutscene fading, and I realised that I had an entire world in. Yeah, it's a good feeling. I think especially back in the day. Nowadays, maybe kids do get that experience, especially young kids. But I think younger now, it's all there. It's been done before, so like that expectation's kind of there. But back then, it was like that genre, that generation of games, you know, from the PS1 to the PS2, PS2 to the PS3. There were huge leaps in gaming, weren't they? You know, games expanded into scope, into things that's like, you'd try new games and you'd be like, dude, is this where we're at in gaming now? Where like now, I only feel like that we get that from a visuals standpoint, and even now that's tapered off, hasn't he? Was Fox right all along? I'm just thinking when I was watching a bit of the video last night, I was like, yo, this is really reminding me of Fox's moment. This is what he had on stream. Maybe like less pejoratives are being thrown, but you know, kind of had the same vibe to it. All right, let's check out this video from Kazahana. Wuthering Waves is being disrespected at this huge event. Is he talking about the Game Awards because they didn't have a second footage in the video, the games that were shown? Let's have a look then, shall we?
Gearing up for one of their biggest updates yet, being Renacita. And over the past couple of months or so, in the build up to this, the game has been getting more and more popular.
Still got my theory crafting video to come out soon, talking about the Seraphim and potential theory crafting links to all that sort of stuff. Remember, not lore videos, theory crafting videos. So if I'm wrong, I can be like, well, I made it all up.
Whether that's due to the advertisement that Wuthering Waves is doing, or just the amazing updates that they're bringing out, which is attracting a lot of new players. And looking at some of the charts and stuff, Wuthering Waves have been picking up a ton in terms of players coming over to the game, and just keeping a higher kind of player base than they were at a kind of like low level, more so when they were during the kind of release stage. But obviously with a lot of this popularity also gets them invited to a lot of big events and also award shows, with one of them being the Game Awards. The Game Awards is probably one of the biggest kind of gaming award shows that there is out there. I mean,
I think, is it the biggest? I think it is now, isn't it? Isn't the Game Awards like, I know it's the most prestigious at least, yeah? I'm pretty sure it's the biggest though. Like, when it comes to companies caring, they care about the Game Awards, aren't they? From what I've seen. And there's probably big awards in like places like China. Obviously, Western normie attitude here. But it feels like that at least anyway. And Kuro obviously cared about it, and so do Chinese and Japanese companies definitely seem to care about it.
Tons of people tune into it, and it's actually happening on the 12th, which is on Thursday. And Wuthering Waves have actually been nominated for 2 awards. Well, at least so far. But despite being nominated for 2 of these awards, it seems like to me and a lot of players at the Game Awards are kind of disrespecting the game quite a bit. And we're going to go into exactly why and what they've been doing to the game.
Okay, I'm interested in this because are they?
Over the past couple of months. But before I get to this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to my Twitch, which will be down in the link in the description below, or it will be down in the pinned comment. I definitely recommend going over there. We stream a ton of Wuthering Waves and also other kind of content as well. So again, I definitely recommend checking it out and just following so you know as soon as I go live. But let's get back into the video. So obviously one of the awards that the Game Awards announced was the best mobile game.
The Kuro typoed. Did they? Did they? Oh yeah, we'll do a free giveaway for Kuro because you know, we know that's what you do when you get typos. I didn't know that. Did they get a typo? Wuthering Waves, let's go.
Which Wuthering Waves have been nominated for, alongside 2 other gadget games being AFK Journey and Zelda Zone Zero. Now, people believe that Wuthering Waves do have a good chance of this. Let's just remember that this is
half the CCs in the space call it Wuthering Waves anyway.
In terms of judge votes and also
Weathering
player
Waves.
votes. So this isn't actually entirely voted by the players. So to be honest, we have barely any say in this at all of who actually wins. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges and the panel kind of pick for this. Because again, some of these games are actually actually really, really good. So obviously a lot of people got very, very excited about this, and people have been talking about Wuthering Waves being involved in the Game Awards a lot. But they also got nominated in terms of the Player's Choice Awards. Now obviously this started as 30 games, and then people voted it, and Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, and Zenless Zone Zero all made it through to the next round.
I didn't expect it to get to the final, I'm honest. I was quite surprised. I was shocked when it got through to the last 10. I was like, damn, didn't expect that. So for it to get all the way, yeah, you know, big W.
Round of 10. Now, all the voting is actually closed as of today. I don't know if they're going to announce the last 5, or if they're just going to announce the last 5 and then the winner.
Okay, must have made this video a few days ago.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case because we are getting closer to Thursday, and it will kind of spoil who the last kind of 5 are. But again, I don't really know. They might release it literally after I release this video, so I don't really know. But again, what I actually wanted to draw attention to was a new video actually uploaded by the Game Awards, which was an entire trailer. Now,
yeah, I think this is what he's okay, because I watched it. I don't think Wuthering Waves is in there. I don't know if every single game was though, because I don't know if I don't know all of the games that are nominated. I think a lot of people were just like, oh my god, Zenless Zone Zero got a second. I bet there's a few games that might have got missed.
Obviously, this trailer is called
Maybe they are getting singled out.
Reel, I think that's what they said. They said, you know, Thursday the Game Awards streams live and free around the world for our 10th anniversary celebration. Here's this year's nominee hype reel, celebrating moments and memories across many nominated titles, and then
trainers with his suits.
Coldplay because they have their music in there. Now, obviously, I watched through this twice just to double check that I got this right. But
see, this is why I say there's part of me hopes that Genshin win. Because there's a lot of people in the WuWa space, in the CC space specifically, will get twisted, man, about it, you know? Like, I watched this and I thought, oh, I don't think WuWa was in there. But I was like, I ain't watching it back again just to make sure. It's not that deep.
Pretty much what it seems like is that in this trailer as a whole, Wuthering Waves do not feature. Now, obviously, other games do, including Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero have like a 2-second feature. But what really annoyed me and a lot of other people was the fact that they included multiple clips from like stuff like Arcane and also other stuff like GTA 6. And, you know, they included...
Oh my god, man. They're just like the most hype game ever. Why would they do that? Idiots. So everything didn't get shown off then, I'm assuming. Again, I didn't pay enough attention. I don't know all the games that are nominated. So if Genshin wasn't included either, well, there you go then. You know, it's not like they were singled out. Why get mad about it?
Multiple times, but couldn't even fit in the kind of thing to fit Wuthering Waves in there, you know?
Dare
they didn't have any time to fit it in there, like that just...
I think I'm going to send an email to Jeff Keighley. How fucking dare you? I would like to speak to the manager at the Game Awards. Where is my waifus? I think it's about time to boycott this shit.
Seems really weird because again, I think they could easily add all the nominated people, and now it wasn't just Wuthering Waves, by the way, that wasn't included. There was some other games and some other fan bases which were very annoyed as well that they weren't included in this video because it got very popular. It's on 1.1 million views.
Oh,
and again,
God.
They do include multiple clips of the same game over and over
again. No, man,
Fortnite,
that's just atrocious.
Featured multiple times.
Fortnite got featured multiple times. That is disgusting. Okay. God, you know, who knows about Fortnite? In that, like that, I'm pretty sure nobody even cares about Fortnite, right? No, it was like the biggest game in the world for a period of time. Why would that get multiple? Like, come on, that gets a few scenes, and WuWa gets none.
We've got like Metaphor Fantasia, which got featured multiple times, and
maybe just Zenless got featured there as like the token gacha game. Maybe that's what it was. They were like, right, we'll give one of the gacha games a showing, chuck in that one. You know, it's probably what it was, really.
The thing is, they just didn't include like games like Wuthering Waves, who have some really cool cinematics, by the way, because the whole entire concept of this trailer was to be like some kind of movie trailer. It was really cinematic. They had some really cool stuff in there, like some really cool voice lines and everything like that. Which, you know, if you guys have played Wuthering Waves, well, that's right up their alley, you know? That is right up their alley. Wuthering Waves makes some of the most cinematic, you know, cinematics out there.
I don't know, man. I think Zenless clears Wuthering Waves in the cinematic department. I do. I've said this before. I think the games that are coming... WuWa's got some great cinematics. NTE and Ananta look like they're going to have insane cinematics as well. But Zenless clears all the gacha games at the minute in the cinematic department. I don't even think it's close, man. I don't even think it's close. Now, I know people might have a different opinion, but you're wrong. I do. I think they're clear. They're clear, man. I'd happily watch a series of Zenless if it was designed, like, you know, in that vein of cutscenes. They're fucking awesome, man.
Which again is absolutely insane, and the Game Awards decided not to use it. And it's not like, you know, they went, oh, it's not cinematic enough and didn't add.
Like, sorry to keep pausing. Like, literally every single time there's like the full-on 3D, you know, the proper cutscenes in ZZZ. I can't help but just go, damn, that looks good, man. That does. That looked good, you know? I can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, we've
'Cause
got
it just
games
looks
like
fucking
Mario
amazing.
here, which obviously isn't the most cinematic
Plays a lot of
scene you've
AAA
ever
games,
seen.
right?
They also included
Agree?
Balatro, you know, the game
That's a
that
good
was,
point, Jornax,
nominated
as well, yeah.
alongside Wuthering Waves as best mobile game. They actually included like the cards turning, and they didn't include like some insane cutscene from Wuthering Waves. I mean,
Oh, man. This... How can they show the fucking cards turning, bro? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're just turning cards, and they couldn't even put Jinsey in there. My waifu. Like, I'm angry, man. I'm so angry. I am so angry.
they included like the cards turning, and they didn't include like some insane cutscene from Wuthering Waves. I mean, I don't know about you, but it definitely seems like there's something going on there. Maybe the companies had to pay.
Yeah, man. Jeff Keighley sat down and went, fuck Kuro. I fucking hate Kuro bots. Get this shit out of here. I don't want to see it in the trailer. And if it goes in the trailer, whoever put it in, you're fucking sacked, okay? You're sacked. Now make sure you get Zenless on Zero in there, okay? Please, thank you.
Get involved in it or something like that, and that's why, you know, Wuthering Waves aren't involved, because they didn't pay. But honestly, it's just really weird that they've like purposefully left out some of these games.
He's like, have you seen my trainers? Come on. Look at my trainers. You know, have you seen his trainers when he's standing on stage sometimes? Like, bro, come on. You're too old for this shit. Maybe that misspelling woo was intentional. Maybe. Withering Waves. Disgusting.
Maybe like Wuthering Waves just doesn't produce as much hype, but to be honest, I don't think Balatro really produces that much hype in a cinematic trailer about a lot of games coming out. So
I don't know, man. Cards turning off, it is pretty cinematic when you think about it, you know? Just saying.
yeah, and also I put out a reply
Insane.
as well to this post saying, so where was Wuthering Waves? And it got
Mad lad.
191 likes. So
What a mad lad. Absolute mad lad.
it seems like a lot of people do agree, you know,
Yeah.
where is Wuthering
1.1 million people watched this, but 191 people was like, mad lad.
Waves, but what are they doing? You know, because again, there was literally no one kind of arguing with me here saying that, oh, it's actually because like we want to see more of this. No, like it seems like as well they seem to be very biased towards certain games too. Obviously, as we've seen with like Arcane for some reason was featured so many times on here when it's not even a
I haven't finished even watching season 1 of Arcane, but Arcane is fire though, bro. Arcane is fire. Yo, what's going on, 60?
game. Like, I know that they do have the award for the best like animation.
That's what it is, innit, Neo? You got it. Hoyo paid him off. That's exactly what happened. I think you're right there, yeah. Fortnite did too as well. Epic did, yeah. Yeah. I don't think they showed Genshin, apparently. I tell you what, we'll watch it in a minute. And then we can maybe prove wrong.
To do with it, and the same with Fallout as well. They spend more time in this trailer showing off the stuff to
Yeah, but like, I love the Fallout. Like, anybody else, did you enjoy this? Like, I was really worried about the Fallout show being absolutely trash. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't perfect. I fucking enjoyed this show. I think it was really good, and I'm seriously looking forward to season 2. I think they did a really good job, man. They captured a lot of the themes. They've got me hyped for New Vegas. You know, even when I saw the freaking Deathclaw skull, I was just like, yes! I'm so ready for season 2.
do around a game rather than the actual game itself, you know? Is gaming that bad that they couldn't actually think of some
Probably.
cutscenes and some really cool moments in an actual game that they had to add like 6 clips of Arcane and like 10 clips of the Fallout live
Dude's
action
pressed.
series? Like,
He's
seriously.
pressed.
Like, there was literally Wuthering Waves and so many other games that didn't get mentioned right there, which could have been added
Oh,
to
yeah,
this
well, them
trailer,
up nicely,
but
right?
they just like purposely decided not to because, you know, oh, it's not hype enough. It's, you know, people aren't going to
Spoilers,
care
man.
about it. Which again, just frustrates me. And it seems like, you know, the Game Awards just don't really care about some of these games, which does kind of like worry me for the, you know, mobile game award stuff. Obviously, we saw
This is why people hate Wuthering Waves sometimes in the community. Now, I'm not throwing shade at Kaza. I guess I am. Like, because they weren't in the video, they've got a problem with WuWa. There's people editing on the editing room, doing the cutting in the editing room floor, and not like fucking, you know, the jury. And the jury are kind of separate entities from the actual award ceremony itself. You know, I don't think just because Wuthering Waves weren't in the video that it means, well, that's it, lads, pack it up, we're fucked. Let's go on. You know, this isn't that deep, is it? Am I tripping? This isn't that deep, man. If you're angry about this, you need to sort your priorities out, man.
Balatro included in the trailer, but Wuthering Waves not.
This
Also,
game does
Zero
look trash,
is
though.
included.
I've heard it's really
So
good,
does
though,
this mean that
actually.
Wuthering Waves isn't going.
Saying that, DSP was playing that the other day. And actually, going back to DSP, again, that's what Saint was kind of making me think of the other day when he was having a little bit of a while out. I was thinking, this is very DSP like this is.
To, you know, be winning best mobile game or something like that. I don't really know, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Obviously, as well, it's gonna be even weirder if Wuthering Waves do win best mobile game and don't even get featured in this trailer.
Not finished, mate. We were right. That's the thing, isn't it? That the community does do that a lot. Don't get me wrong. I know it's a vocal minority in the community. They are really annoying, aren't they? Like you say, everything has to come back to WuWa as if it deserves. Oh, it deserves the spotlight. It deserves all the attention. Why wouldn't it be there, man? Come on, you know, Fortnite. What that fucking that game ain't even relevant. You know what I mean? Arcane, the Fallout TV show. You know, Black Myth Wukong's in there. Oh my god, how could they put Balatro in there?
Trailer, because again, you know, all of these other mobile
Damn, you're tossing
games
DSP out of
featured,
nowhere.
apart from, you know, the one that actually won it. But also, it's not just the trailer where people feel like the Game Awards have been kind of like disrespecting or kind of just not really caring about Wuthering Waves, and Wuthering Waves more specifically in this one, because of the massive spelling mistakes. Obviously, I went through the Player's Choice Award post a couple of minutes ago, and I didn't actually mention it, and I left this out on purpose so I could actually go through it.
Lock in, boys. Wuthering Waves. Oh, I need a drink. Hold up. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm just trying to count to 10 picks. Count to 10. Don't get too angry now. How could they do this? It's okay. They didn't mean to. It's not a conspiracy theory. They're trying to undermine us. That's what they're trying to do. They hate us. They're getting paid by Huyo. It's what it is. It's okay. Just breathe. Breathe. Wuthering Waves. Process the hatred. That's it. Breathe it out. I don't know if I can carry on, guys. This is some serious shit. This is
later.
Serious shit.
Massive typo that they've made on the Twitter post, and they still yet to, you know, change it. You know,
it's like the L isn't even near the H. Like, how could they? Oh, man, I've never made a spelling mistake in my life.
the game.
I did actually edit one of my videos earlier because I put is in my video.
Is a
you guys didn't see that because I did it quickly.
Your post. It's very, very easy, but for some reason they decided to call Wuthering Waves Wuthering Waves. He's like, okay, so we're just gonna completely spell it wrong. Now, obviously, all the other games here are spelled correctly, and Wuthering Waves is the only one, which just doesn't really feel very good, especially after
it's terrible.
You
It's
miss
terrible.
out on the trailer.
I'm with you, bro. Cook. I'm with you. Disgusting.
They spell your game wrong. They don't spell your game wrong once. They do it twice. They did it actually before, where they called it Withering Waves. But in that case, they actually spelled a lot of the games wrong. They actually spelled.
No, man. Don't put the other games in there. They did it to us twice. There's something going on there. They just they spelt the others wrong on purpose, so people will be like, look, that was covert. You know what I mean? They made a spelling mistake on purpose, and then we're like, fucking do it again. But then we'll do it. We'll do it here and there. So people are like, we'll make a bit of a mess over it. Like, it's like, I don't know. It's like when you see movies and the assassin shoots people in a really efficient way, but then they're like, we'll let one, like, what is he? Is it what's he? Is it in Civil War? Is he? Which fucking Avengers is it now? Which Marvel film? When he lets him walk away and shoots him in the back of the head, he's like, then it'll look like amateurs did it, even though you shot everybody super accurate. Like, it's not really going to look like that, but still.
Black Myth Wukong wrong. So again, it was kind of a more
Genshin Impact. Is that what they typed? Oh my days. Black Panther. That was the one, wasn't it? It was in Black Panther. Yeah.
But they're still spelling Wuthering Waves wrong, and it doesn't feel very good for a lot of players because it just seems like this game isn't being respected enough. Now, obviously, you guys might argue in the comments and stuff like that.
I expect my brothers in arms to be standing with us here. Get mad. They should every game nominated in the trailer. Yeah, GG, smashing guy. You are right. I feel the companies who funded or invested in the Game Awards most might the games mentioned like bribery. Yeah, I agree. Agree. Big agree. It's definitely that. These guys are paying everybody off. Kuro are too good for that. They wouldn't dare. They're too good. Yeah, I was hoping to see we were getting included in that final trailer. Maybe this is a hint that it won't win. Yeah, I agree as well. Yeah, facts. You can't deny with these, can you? Like this is like, you know, take it to a court of law, man. You got it, bro. If Blatcho wins, it's wins in mobile game. Yeah, agreed. I'm still waiting Russian language in game and hope they add it in patch 2.0. That's a sensible person here. I don't even watch Jeff Keighley's pet project, to be honest. I'm just using it to make fun of fanboys like PlayStation Ponies and Hoyoverse Genshills. Well, aren't you the same then? Aren't you? To be fair, though, that's what I'm doing. There's part of me that's like, I kind of hope Genshin wins because it'll be funny. I want WuWa to win, though, because I want some free shit, if I'm honest. Plus, I want Kuro to get recognition, but still. Gacha is gambling, mate. Sure, they were disrespected. I think some people might think like I don't think the people at the Game Awards will, though. Gacha should be disrespected at Game Awards. It's a good thing. I don't want Casino for Kids to win any awards, except maybe Best Mobile Game. They just don't deserve it. True. I agree. Disgusting. Shocking.
I'd be like, oh no, they're respecting it fine, you know, it's not a big game, but I do think it deserves a mention, especially over, you know, some of the games that are included in this trailer, and, you know, I just
Laundering Waves.
think that having multiple clips playing over and over again and not including some of these other games, including Wuthering Waves, just feels wrong, you know? It doesn't feel like you should be doing this. It feels like you should be, you know, giving the kind of attention to some of these smaller games if you want to consider Wuthering Waves as a smaller game, or even just some of the other games in general, rather than playing
Man, Jinx is so hot.
the same clip or the same kind of, you know, same cutscenes and stuff like that from the same games over and over again, because it might as well just be a trailer for that game. Let's just be real, you know?
I'd straight wife her up. I'm just saying.
But again, I just wanted to talk about this really quickly because I thought it was very weird.
Like, I think she'd cook your breakfast in bed. She'd make you a nice cup of tea. She'd rub your feet. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you.
Include any of this stuff and, you know, the constant spelling mistakes, all of that.
She'd never spell your name wrong either.
Like, there might be something going on. I don't really know. But again, we'll have to wait and see when the actual Game Awards comes out on Thursday. I'll definitely be going live and streaming that whenever it does happen. So, yeah, we'll have to wait.
So this is where I want to stream it as well. You know, I want to bounce around and see what people are saying if it doesn't win, because it'll be kind of funny.
Wait and see. But if you guys did enjoy this video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and also go to my Twitch. We're going to be streaming live. Again, it'll be down in the comment down below or down in the description. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think about this. Do you think that, you know, Wuthering Waves deserves to be added to a trailer like this?
Yeah, I think they should sack everybody who was involved. They should redo the trailer, and it should just be all Wuthering Waves, and then maybe a little bit of Fortnite at the end just to balance things out, like, you know what I mean? And maybe Dwayne crying at the end. That would make up for it, I think. I think everybody could say, okay, fair enough. That's fair.
Also deserves to have their name spelt right for once? Or do you think that, you know, it's not that big of a deal and that maybe we'll win it anyways and that it'll be all fine? But again, I just wanted to talk about it, just kind of, you know, to get this off my chest because I was very annoyed. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. That's it.
And dude's such a baiter, isn't he? He wasn't annoyed. He's just trying to trigger people in the Wuthering Waves community, man. This is what I say about some people in the Wuthering Waves community, man. As soon as the gacha revenue drops, I fucking hate the gacha revenue. All it does is cause beef between communities and gets everybody PvPing, and then let's make 20 videos about it. Why Wuthering Waves shits on Genshin Impact. It's funny. I'll have to drop a like for the lols. Okay. Every Kaza video is just 30 seconds info and 7.5 minutes of rambling. True. I gotta respect it though. I respect it. The internet will have a meltdown, whatever happens, and I will be here for it. As Pep Guardiola says, we will be there. We will be there. I'm ready. Should we have a little look at this video from Saint?
Wait a second. Where's that comment by Utsubuyo? Why can't I
watch the entire thing?
Ah, here we go. That was the best part about Genshin comment, though. It allowed for so much. You know what ICDs did, buddy? They made half of the characters in the game just fucking useless. Because their ICDs are, like, not where they should be. They're just useless. Yoimiya, useless. Klee,
Buddy?
useless. Candace, useless. Because
Like, what I'll say, like, some of the stuff that he's talking about, like, it's he's not wrong. Holy shit, he actually did. Wait a minute. This is new levels, it is. ICD, I would imagine he's an internal cooldown, I would think. I'm not 100% sure, though. Okay, so he started watching the video around about, what? At the hour mark? Dude's still watching the video 4 hours later? Oh my god. I might have to watch this off stream. Dude, this is a crash out. This is a crash out. Saint going on the hinge is so fucking funny. I've unlocked a new feed. That's why DSP got brought in, was because the way he was getting really mad and banning people. I was just remembering like Wings of Redemption and DSP, you know, of questioning the master, and that's it, man. You're getting put on blast. I'm gonna roast you for 15 minutes. I'm gonna ban your ass, you know. I'm just getting flashbacks to DSP and Wings of Redemption. Every Saint stream is a logical crack. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not even gonna say dude's wrong, but like, yeah, I feel like one day he's gonna get a little bit lost in the sauce, so potentially. Well, I don't want that to happen because I don't want him to like. But at the same time, as somebody who kind of finds this stuff funny, would kind of be funny, you know? Would kind of be funny. And then he has to make a video where his avatar's off screen and it comes and walks on screen and sits down. And he's like, I have to make an apology, you know? Gets out the violin and starts playing it. Bro always crashes if people mention any positive about Hoyo game. I've noticed as well, he, like, you know, when he did the gacha cast, he was asking people how he did. And he's desperate for people to think he was right all the time, which I don't think's. I suppose it can be kind of a negative trait because it could be annoying. You know, it's like having that one friend. You can't argue they're right because they're right. You're like, he's right. But then they carry on going on about it. And you're like, all right, bro, you're right. Fucking get it, man. You know what I mean? And then they just don't shut up going on about that they were right. And it's just like, oh my God, dude, I want to strangle him. You know? Sometimes he does that a little bit like, and like after that gacha casting, he like, and people was like being like positive. And then the one person that I think they said a positive, but they followed it up with potentially like, I don't know if necessarily a critique, but a but. And he that was it, bum was like, you know, can you elaborate, buddy? Can you elaborate? And he was just hanging on that, like, you know, brought his comment. I need to know what he said now because he didn't agree with me 100%. And like for me, it's funny to watch. It's entertainment. I just think sometimes, you know, 4 hours of that. Yeah. Even saw all the creators in the chat watching the crash out. Really? It's too big for an apology. He thinks he's... Yeah, I think probably, maybe, yeah. I don't know, though, man. The internet can be a humbler for everybody, can't he? And I'm not saying he's going to do anything that's, like, that crazy. I just mean, like, you know, he might have a bit of a moment one of the times where he's like, all right, maybe not. Maybe shouldn't have done that. That's what I was thinking when I was watching it a little bit. I was thinking, man, this is reminding me of Fox. A little bit.
While doing this to Kuro, doing this to the devs, making them look incapable. He is sponsored by Kuro Games to make guide videos. He is. He has access to early creator servers.
What an absolute scumbag. He's got early access and he's making Kuro look incompetent.
But this is how he approaches the game.
Need Saint and Fox in the same call. That would be gold. Gold.
I am not pulling any of this out of my ass. He has early access to characters and makes guides on them.
You need to get into the creator program. Do you think doing this sort of content could potentially, to be fair, if he's right, he's right. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I ain't saying he's wrong. You know? I ain't saying he's wrong. But like, I think sometimes you could just state you're right. And if you're right, you're right. And then people can be like, okay, you're right. But I think sometimes, you know, it's like, if you know you're right, you don't need to have to necessarily repeat it over and over again until everybody believes you're right. It's kind of like the same thing with like the we were like, I've got to prove to everybody it's the best one until they admit it's the best one, until they back down and bend the knee, you know? Shit, what was I going to say though? Fuck. Yeah, actually, that was what I was going to say. Do you think doing this sort of content, because obviously, his normal scripted videos, they're a lot more PC, shall we say? You know, PC. But this sort of content, does this look good for Kuro to be the face of Kuro in regards to being a content creator? You know? If I was running the company, I wouldn't think so. And again, I'm not knocking Saint's content. I'm not. Like, I think it's funny that he's having like a crash out, like I do. You know what I mean? Because I know Kuro games don't enforce that, but even in like Kuro's, I don't know what it is. They're like terms, if you will. They have got in their terms that they don't want you basically defaming other companies, do they? And even directly comparing Wuthering Waves to them in a negative light in terms of like shitting on the game, comparing it to Wuthering Waves, which is obviously something they're just putting there. They're never going to act upon it. They probably love to see it, is what I'm saying. They probably do. But in terms of from a public facing thing, do you think they're like, you know, that's the face we want? I think Kuro just worked with Rexcellent the most. Yeah, Rexcellent definitely feels like he's the I suppose, yeah, probably he's like, I guess, like the face. Well, he's in that cursed video, so definitely. No, but drop him because he's too divisive and not mature enough to be an ambassador. Because like I say, I do believe he loves Wuthering Waves with a passion, and I respect that. I'm just thinking, like, you know, if you was a company, would you want this? People go, oh, I'm going to go and watch you know, my guy's the main guy for WuWa, and then you hop into it and you're like, oh shit, what's this? You know? What the fuck's going on here, bro? People are getting banned left, right, and center. Like, holy shit. Is this what Kuro like? Because that's what people think, you know? People do think that. And me, I don't care. I don't care. I'll play games I want to play. I don't care what a YouTuber's like. It doesn't put me off a game. You know. But I know it does for some, because like I said, I've seen some people on Twitter, in other people's comment sections saying, I kind of don't even want to play WuWa because the community makes me not want to play the game. And I'm like, that kind of makes sense. Not for me, because I'll just play a game that I enjoy. I love games. I ain't going to let somebody else make me not want to play a game because they're just glazing it all the time. But not everybody's the same, are they? But WuWa's not Rex's main game. Oh, well, I think the thing is, you don't, like, if they're smart, Kuro, they wouldn't, well, this is the way I would be. I wouldn't expect the face of my company to only play my game, or the face of my game, you know? Personally, the way I'm thinking about it as well, I'd want them to be playing other games, because they can get a crossover then, because say you want to watch, I don't know, him play PGR, even though that's their game, or just another game, you're going to attract a different audience. They get attached to the game you're playing and then they see you playing another game and they're like, oh, this game looks cool. And then, because I'm a small streamer, but I've had lots of people throughout the years of my streaming come in when I've been playing a game and they've been like, this game looks kind of cool. And then they've just gone out and bought the game. And I'm like, you got me into this game. And that's somebody who's got a very small range. You know what I mean? So like, from me personally, I'd want the face of my game to be playing other games because it'd be kind of like marketing to other communities in a way. It's a soft bitch. Rexon does PGR indeed. Even does PGR bait. Yeah, I've seen him playing PGR a little bit actually. Some people might have a negative opinion about Kuro because they made a person who always other games to praise their game. I suppose there is that argument where some people could say, well, this guy's the fucking face of the game and he doesn't even play it. That's fair. I can see that because I've seen people say it before about people. Done that a few times for you. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Matt has a few people have actually. I love that. That's one thing as somebody who makes content sometimes, when somebody like, oh, dude, watching you play this game, I went and bought it and I've loved it. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside because I love games and I love people playing games. And if they've seen me playing some and having fun and then they've gone and played it and they've had fun, I'm like, that's good, man. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean? Rather than trying to strong arm you into it by saying the game that you're playing now is dog shit. Come over this side. And if you don't, you're fucking stupid. Oh, man, it's switched off. You bought me Doom 2016 and I put over 3,000 hours into that as well, right? That's probably the best gaming purchase I've ever made, and it wasn't even for me. In terms of return on investment. Hey, welcome back, Daniel. Yeah, I was just having a little scan through here.
Kind of crazy.
I feel like when he has these long pauses
Guys,
as well, yeah. He's just reading from his chat
I'm
to Morals.
roasting people
Come
unwarranted.
back on, has he?
If I
No. He ain't even pausing, is he? Just didn't come back on. Is he? No, my headset didn't come back on. Okay. Ignore me. He was probably talking, wasn't he? So I'd been fucking Avatar. See his mouth moving, and I was like, oh yeah, he's talking. Come on, headset. Turn back on.
I smell something stinky, I'm going to call it out. And this, what I'm seeing right here, guys.
Oh, did he do Gacha Smack, did he? Where's that? Did he react to the Gacha Smack thing? Yeah. Where's that? Where am I looking? Oh, I want to see that. That must have just been a short. What's it? Yeah, because fuck, he spent 4 fucking hours onto this. On this. Is that it? No. Go back. Okay. I'll say you've been live a bit. So it's right at the start, yeah. You've been live a bit when I. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, buddy. Oh, buddy. Somebody's a Barcelona fan there, aren't they?
Played it and nobody was searching it up, or people were searching it up literally just to make fun of it. But if someone could do there, and well, guys, let's just say that 115,000. All right,
Has he already watched it? I want to make sure I get the
like a couple thousand players are really easy. Tourists understand all of the game's mechanics, and you're not like an absolute freak on the problem. This is what actual shilling looks like, despite not playing.
Okay, I don't think he's watched it, yeah? Alright, let's get into it. Lock in, boys. Seconds. Lock in. Let's go.
I hear he's well,
is this it, yeah? Is this the start?
115,000 views. 115,000 views and 381 likes. That's some could say that is a low ratio. That
I'll say, I think the reason that a lot of people didn't like the take, because I think his analogy was poor. Gacha's analogy was poor. Especially comparing Wuthering Waves, because of it being a smaller company, to One Piece. one of the big shonen, one of the big three in the anime world, going since 1999, 1,100 episodes. We looked up earlier, around about 2,000 people working on each episode. It was a poor analogy. You know, you're never going to be able to put out, to be able to construct something in the same sort of time frame or efficiency that they are. Not that they're putting it out, I don't know how long it takes them to make an episode. I think it said around about a month, yeah, something like that. And it was probably debatable that each little bit of patch works out to a quarter, because we just looked at the cutscenes alone for 1.3 and it was like 10 minutes plus, wasn't it? So, but the premise of what he was talking about in regards to they could do better in giving us a bit more, especially in terms of more animated scenes between characters. I definitely would appreciate that, but I think his analogy was just a bad analogy. Basically, it was the core of what he was talking about. I fundamentally agree with, but he just made a poor analogy, I think. Controversial topic, get views. That's a reality though. True. Gives you 2988 views. Vibe, sorry. Smack always comes off like a narcissistic dick, to be honest. Not that he is. The thing is, I think you have to be a little bit narcissistic to be a successful content creator. You gotta like the smell of your own farts to a degree, because you think then that other people are gonna like it enough to watch it, I guess. You know what I mean? I think you've got to be a little bit. Smack made a good point, but had bad examples. Yeah, I think that's fair. 2020 gacha game versus 1998 One Piece. All right, let's get back to it.
This was viewed by, again, 100. This is like a YouTube video, guys, having 120k views and 381 likes. Most people would say, bro, this shit is view botted. But on Twitter, engagement doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of views like this and then nobody like it, but it'll still get pushed out because it just
most people don't bother liking posts. Likes aren't public either anymore, are they? So it kind of matters even less in a sense.
Has a lot of views. That's how Twitter works. The likes don't actually matter. And so what this means is that this got viral. A lot of people looked at it. You know, over 115,000, but only 381 people liked it. So that basically means this is perhaps one of the most...
It's like, as well, the analogy was poor as well, but you've got to take into account when you're making a game, you've not just got the animations to put out. There's all the bug fixes that come along with it on that just add so much extra to it.
Nuclear takes in gacha gaming. This might be one of the most nuclear takes in gacha gaming.
TOA is the best game mode, only the player lacks in their prep time. Hey, Cypuri. TOA is the best game mode, only the player lacks in their prep time. What? Only Natlan character enjoyer complaints for TOA. So this is the sort of bullshit that some people come out with. Shut up.
Not gonna lie, Smack's last few posts are bad. Watch it. I will be watching it. I'm not like, I'm not gonna fucking edge you guys by like going through the definition of a ratio and then not watch a video that has one this fucking diabolical. Because this is like radioactive waste. That's what it is. So I am just wondering what kind of take this is.
Yeah, man, I was thinking.
Cypuri's a double-aged exposed.
I was thinking about it.
I like Cypuri though, man.
Oda, the creator of One Piece, bro, like he drops an episode of One Piece every single week. Him and his team, and these episodes are about 25 minutes long, and then it's always like 5 minutes of unnecessary catching up, bro. Like just yapaholics. But regardless, it's an episode every single week, and
so I guess. We're about 21 seconds in the video, and he has not talked about a gacha game yet.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
gonna be
man.
honest. Hey,
Jesus Christ, man. Give the man chance to cook. He cooked a pretty poor meal, but fucking let him cook.
if he just pulled up at the gym, you know what that means. Bro is on. Bro's like a little bit older, right? Bro's a little bit older. You can see a little bit of gray in his hair and his beard, right? Bro's a little bit older. Gacha Smack is a very mature person. This means that bro is probably high on creatine and some pre-workout right now. He is juiced. He's juiced. He's got that flow. He's got that blood rush. You know what I mean? And what that means is, guys, I don't know. If you guys have ever taken some pre-workout, you guys ever taken like the pre-workout creatine combo? You kind of you start feeling yourself, right? You start feeling yourself a little.
Bro, you feel yourself all the time. I never, ever, I don't do pre-workout anyway, because whenever I've done it, it's made me feel shit. I've only done it a couple of times. Well, I take creatine pretty much daily for training. I don't on the weekends, but I take it every morning before I train. I'm never there going, yo, it's like having a line of coke. It's got me feeling a little bit like, way, you know. Never felt like that off creatine in my life. And the caffeine pre-workouts that I've ever had have just made me feel like my head's going to explode when I'm fucking in the gym, you know. Like I remember at one time, I can't remember what the pre-workout that I had was, but it was a caffeine one. And I'm not a big I don't like coffee anyway. Like, I'm not a big fan of caffeine. Oh my God, I was on the bench press and my head felt like it was going to explode. It was rough. It was rough. Yo, what's going on, Siberia? How's it going, dude? Bro saying crashes out on the stream. I know, we've just been having a little look, actually. Yeah, so I know he's just doing it for the content, but like, come on, man. Like, you can't. I think probably the reason why he made a bad analogy, because it was a bad analogy from Gacha Smack. It's just a thrown up video on the way to the gym. He was probably on the way to the gym, was thinking about the games, and then was thinking, oh, actually, and, you know, just put a Twitter video up. It wasn't I know he followed it with a YouTube video, but just put a Twitter video up, and again, I get what he was getting at. I think some of the stuff in the gacha games in regards to that sort of story stuff could be improved and maybe bulked out a little bit and have a little bit more to them. Analogy was poor.
A little bit. And
yeah, I don't know what creatine your boy's taking, but I've never felt myself after having some creatine. Never. Just gives you a better pump.
For the past like decade, this has just been an ongoing thing. Episode every single week, regardless.
Again, there is like 2,000 people working on an episode.
You want to do a little bit of critical observation of the dialogue in some of the One Piece episodes. Yeah, they do a bunch of unnecessary yapping, but their unnecessary yapping is still peak.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm gonna be brutally fucking honest.
Buddy.
Him saying unnecessary yapping is like the most ironic part about this fucking video. Like,
video's 39 seconds in. It's a minute long. It's a minute and 16 seconds long.
We're 50% into the video, and he hasn't talked about gacha games yet.
Come on, Saint, you're a grown man. You're a grown man. Come on, bro. It's a minute long video. Come on. That's a poor analogy as well. Or a comparison. Man, the absolute yak fest. A minute and 16 seconds. Right? Fuck, bro. Get your shit together.
That's comedic gold, guys. I'm surprised more people need to like this because this is actually fucking funny. How do you go 50% into the video and not talk about any of these three games and then bring up unnecessary yapping?
He's right though. He's right though. There's unnecessary yapping in most anime. Most anime has unnecessary yapping. We can agree, yeah, right? We can agree this. Fuck me, you know, Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, perfect examples. Love all three of them, perfect examples. Christ, some fights in Dragon Ball Z could be done in 2 minutes in an episode, but last fucking 6 episodes, you know what I mean? Because there's unnecessary yapping. There's unnecessary yapping in a lot of gacha games as well. A lot. That's one thing that was one of my pet peeves of WuWa 1.0 was we'd have points where I was just like, oh God, who am I talking? I don't care about this person that's irrelevant to the story. You're talking about him in some really abstract way that I couldn't give a shit about. Move on, you know? So like, it kind of is relevant. Again, I think his analogy was poor, comparing a patch for a gacha game to an episode of something like One Piece. Even if he'd have made it to a smaller anime, might have been better. But to an episode of One Piece that has like 2,000 people working on it, it's probably a little unfair. You don't have to bug test an episode of an anime. You don't have to make sure there's no glitches, no game breaking things all around the story stuff as well. I know the story's separate, but it gets encased into the rest of the game, doesn't it, as well? So the analogy was poor. It was. Naruto talk no jutsu is real though, right?
I told you. He is feeling himself.
Oh, I don't mind.
Right now.
I love it.
This is what pre-workout does to you. All right, guys, this is not pre-washed either. This is what
it's not so bad in anime.
Does to you guys.
It can be sometimes, but it builds stuff up a little bit in anime sometimes.
Don't make public
sometimes I'm like,
statements
come
on
on, bro. Let's get to it.
Unnecessary yapping. Oh my fucking god. That is comedy gold, dude. That is actually comedy gold. All right. So
not that funny, if I'm honest.
all right, let's see how he brings it back. Let's see how he recovers from this. He might be giving Diablo. Bro might be giving context, but like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Fucking hell, bro. Get on with it.
Rare Saint L. The take was decent. His other one about TOA was questionable at best. It's kind of relevant, though. Hey, man. All I said is that I found it really funny that he said unnecessary yapping because, let's be honest here, buddy. I don't think he needed to take 39...
He must have already pre-watched this, right? Because, like, again, the analogy was bad, but the context is kind of relevant in what he was trying to say. So it's not unnecessary yapping because it kind of does contextually link to what his point is. Bad analogy, but I get why he prefaced it with what he said. I feel like he's got to have watched this and he's already disagreed with what he's going to say and he's just doing this for content, or he's just being this obtuse about it.
9 seconds out of a 1 minute and 16-second video to just give us context that One
And
Piece
we've watched this for like 9
does a
minutes.
weekly episode.
Unnecessary yapping, dude's unnecessary yapping, bro. With what's with the unnecessary yapping, Gatcha Smack? Well, I'm literally unnecessarily yapping.
I'm on stream making content. He is in the gym right before his workout.
So,
making a quick hot take.
Oh, so we get gatekeeping again, right? We're gatekeeping again from Saint. It's okay for him to do the yapping because he's making content, but he's at the gym. You ain't allowed to make content before you hop into the gym, bro. Naughty catcher. Come on, bro. Get home first. Go home, sit at your desk, and then make the content. Yeah, man, you amateur.
Entirely different things.
In terms of gotcha dialogue.
All right, so let's go back. All right.
Yeah, they do a bunch of unnecessary yapping, but their unnecessary yapping is still peak in terms of gotcha dialogue. Now, we take that into consideration, and then we think about gotcha games, especially the mainstream ones. These mainstream gotcha games, they drop...
Right, yapception. He's moaning about him yapping. I'm moaning about him yapping while I'm yapping. You guys are all probably sitting there just like, fucking play the video, man. Come on, get on with it.
Debatably, a quarter of one anime episode.
Which,
in comparison,
is debatable. We looked at the cutscenes for 1.3. It worked out to just over 10 minutes. So if you look at an average anime between 18 to 24 minutes, let's say 20 minutes to go in the middle, it's half. So that's definitely debatable. Plus, that didn't include all the non-cutscene story interactions, which probably would have doubled it at least, I would say. So we'll say that as well. Not the best example. Poor analogy and not great example. Again, though, I get what he's trying to say.
Spread out to multiple little short cutscenes. 30 seconds here, 45 seconds there. Maybe if you're lucky, over a minute there. They take 6 weeks to drop, debatably at max, a quarter of an episode. Yeah, when you... And it's in comparison...
It's funny, because when I watched this earlier, I said I bet Saint's pissed about this.
And spread out to multiple drop, debatably a quarter of one anime episode. Debatably. These mainstream gacha games, they drop...
his analogy is poor. It is, I'll admit. I get what he's saying, though, because I would like to see the stories have a bit more to them and not trying to stretch out a 30-minute. And I get it, it's a live service game. I understand why they have to do it. Stretch out 5 minutes of actual dialogue that means something into like something more and just kind of like buffering it. I get why they do it, but I would like to see more myself. And I'll even give Kuro a little bit of a pass. They're a smaller company. When you're getting stuff like Honkai Star Rail, because let's not forget, he's calling out Genshin, Honkai, and Wuthering Waves here. When you've got cutscenes in Honkai Star Rail from a multi-billion-dollar company that's making upwards of $20 to $40 to $60 million a month just on mobile, if we believe the charts, and you get like a still JPEG with somebody talking over it for minutes at a time. That's pretty shitty. That's pretty shitty. You know, and that should be better, in my opinion. We should demand better, really, in that sort of stuff, in my opinion. We should, and we can't just have this, well, it's just a gacha game. We should expect better. But again, the analogy's poor. You got 2,000 people working on an episode of, well, give or take. We looked it up. That's what it said, but obviously we don't know that for the fact. Even if it's 1,000 less, that's 1,000 people working on an episode. That's a fucking lot of people compared to something like Wuthering Waves, where there's potentially 30 people and maybe a few hundred working on Zenley Zone Zero. And the animation team's probably a couple of people at most, or a dozen people, maybe. See, yeah, the analogy's pretty poor, yeah.
Debatably,
I get his point.
Of
the
one
central
anime
point.
episode. And it's in comparison spread out to multiple little short cutscenes. 30 seconds here, 45 seconds.
It's easy
there.
as
Maybe if you're
peak
lucky,
animations,
over a
man.
minute there. They take 6 weeks. Especially the mainstream ones. These mainstream gacha games, they drop debatably a quarter in terms of gacha dialogue. Necessary yapping, but still peak in terms of gacha dialogue. Now we take that into consideration, and then we think about gacha games, especially.
Yo, bro's absorbing this shit.
These mainstream gacha games.
Saint's watching this like he's drinking after being in the desert for 2 weeks. Dude's absorbing that shit.
They drop debatably a quarter of one anime episode, and it's in comparison spread out to multiple little short cutscenes. 30 seconds here, 45 seconds there, maybe if you're lucky over a minute there. They take 6 weeks to drop debatably at max a quarter of an episode. Yeah, when you think about it in that perspective, it's quite insane, isn't it?
I don't think so. No. Personally. But I get what he's saying about it would be nice to have a little bit more story. It would be nice to have less characters just standing opposite each other with badly synced mouths, yapping, and then sometimes not even voice acted. I'd like to see a little bit more. This is why I rave about Zenley Zone Zero's cutscenes, because that I want more of that, and I get that's expensive, and I don't expect that all the time, but I just like a little bit more. That's where I think what he's trying to get at. He just used some really piss poor analogies, really, and comparisons to a huge anime that has an untold amount of people working on each episode.
I was just... I mean, keyword there is debatably, right? Keyword there is debatably, right? I don't... I don't know what he's saying here, but he's daddy.
Genshin has 4 hours of Arching Quest plus 4 main patch. I don't want necessarily more story. I want more high quality story. Try to see if I could quickly bring them up, but I don't think anybody's got any of them. You know, like the sort of scenes that we see on a Star Rail, often where it's literally just a still image and somebody talking over it. I'm not a fan of that. I'm okay with the comic book style stuff that we see in ZZZ. That's cool. I like that way of storytelling. I do. It's interesting. But I'd like the storytelling to be done in a little bit more of an interesting way. And it doesn't even have to be cutscenes. Just animated interactions, so it's in engine, but it's animated like the cutscenes. The characters are interacting each other with it in a little bit more of that, you know, rather than just 2 characters standing each other, and then it switches to another view, and then it switches to another view. You know what I mean? That sort of stuff's a little bit pants sometimes, isn't it? You know. He wants more cutscenes. I think that's probably what he's aiming at. He wants more animated cutscenes, which I can understand. But again, you can't compare 1,000 to 2,000 people working on an episode per episode with a shit ton of animators working on one singular episode of something like One Piece to a patch in a video game that not only has to have to be animated, voice acted, directed, story, and then all the gameplay elements as well. It's just not comparable. You just can't do the same at the same sort of speed. It's impossible. You know, even if you probably compared it to a smaller anime, it'd probably be an unfair comparison. But you're comparing it to one of the biggest animes in the world with one of the biggest studios behind it and animation teams behind it. You know, it's just unfair. Yeah, I think ZZZ does it the best. WuWa does a really good job as well.
Smack, that's your average viewer, bro. They're there for the daddiness. Maybe they're not there for the takes. They're there for the daddiness. Maybe that's what it is, brother, man. Hey, that's a wild frame to end the video on too, buddy. That's a wild frame to end the video on too, buddy. Hey, guys. I mean, if a quarter of an episode he's basically saying that is 5 minutes of story content every patch.
Which is not true. It's definitely more. There's 10 minutes of cutscenes.
I guess, right?
In 1.3.
I just got here and suddenly add 1 out of 9. Well, it just so turns out that there is a feature on Twitch that allows you to skip
share
them.
thoughts. Yeah, that's what it is.
That, brother, man.
That's the way I see it. It's being took as, oh, this is content, which it is content, but dude's just throwing out a, oh, this was on my mind kind of thing. Can't be asked to wait till I get home. Let me just pop up a quick video. It's a minute video long, isn't it? I think it's not, it's, like you say, it's that share of thoughts. It's pillar talk. You know what I mean? It's not that deep, is it?
I mean, guys, this is... has he done a single story quest? Has Gotcha Smack not done a single story quest in WuWa? Has he not done a story quest in any game? I mean, I'm not trying to flame him, but like literally, like the companion quests are like longer than. Okay, this is a crazy chat. He's not wrong. The amount of actual important...
This shit here reminds me of like DSP and Wings of Redemption, man. It's trying to do what like Asmongold and Tectone do, but it comes off a lot more dark side Phil, in my opinion.
Information is plus or minus 6 minutes.
You know what I mean? Snort. Philip Burnell. Detractors, that's what they are. They're detractors.
I mean, are we just do we just like Gotcha Smack this much? Are we just this big of a Gotcha Smack fan that we're just gonna? I mean, this is
what's the dude
this
saying?
is one of the
I really see. This is diabolical. I like it. I mean, kinda. He's not wrong. The amount of actual important information is. Did I say 26 minutes or 16 minutes? Like I say, I agree with that. I think there should be a little bit more concise information. So there are yap fests that become annoying, and yap fests as well that are unvoiced sometimes, and boring, stiff, non-animated interactions between characters. If we're looking outside the actual cutscenes themselves, I don't expect 40 minutes to an hour plus cutscenes every single companion quest and I don't expect that. You know, I just don't expect that. Like, Jesus Christ, some games don't have that anywhere near that amount of cutscenes throughout the entirety of the game. I think I'd just like my interactions to look a little bit more animated, you know, a little bit more rigged, if that makes sense. But I think he made a really shitty analogy.
craziest takes I've ever seen. this might
No,
be
please, I
just
don't remember the
genuinely one of the
snorts.
craziest takes I've ever seen, guys. I don't like maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think he does a little bit too much, because like, you know, people like Tectone and Asmongold are masters of it, aren't they? You know, they do reaction content. They talk about stuff that's probably, well, especially Asmongold, it's a little bit more deeper, if you will, than your average gacha drama. And this is one thing I really like about Asmund. I think he's really good at eloquently putting forth a really reasonable argument without seeming, you know, sometimes he goes off on people, but for the majority of the time, typically doing it without being condescending, without being patronizing, and doing it in a way that even if you disagree, I'm like, I understand your arguments. And I know Saint does it to a degree, like, and Saint's charismatic as well. I just don't know if it works, you know, I just don't know if it works the same. I don't know if he's got the aura. Like, I don't want to say charisma, because he's got charisma. He's eloquent, he's intelligent, he's right most of the time, objectively, and even I subjectively agree with him a lot of the time as well. It's just that sometimes I listen to it and I'm just like, it don't work the same, you know? I don't know if it's the delivery, it's the cadence, it's the way you go about it, but it just doesn't come across the same to me personally. You know what I mean? And it feels more like you say, he does go on about it. It's like he beats a dead horse and he's just like, all right, move on. And hey, I ain't judging him. This is how he wants the content. I ain't sitting here saying, oh, no, better than you. Bro has hundreds of people watching him, gets thousands and thousands of views. I ain't one to tell him how to make content. He knows the game better than me. And he knows the game better than me in terms of Wuthering Waves. But I just think, you know, from an experience point, because I'm older than him, I just, that's how it comes across to me. You know what I mean? Now, it'll appeal to a lot of people. Just because I'm not a fan of that particular style doesn't mean it's not a particular style that people can be fans of. You know what I'm saying? Hold up a second. I need to go for a pee. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that take. I was like, yeah. Don't know about that one. I kind of want to see what Saint looks like as well, no homo, because he says he's a very attractive man that's shaped like a Pringle, an upside down Pringle, not a Pringle, fucking Dorito, Pringle, it's fucking what? A Pringle? Fucking Dorito. So I'm like, yo, dude's got to be like what? Super handsome and has a sick physique. Fucking Pringle. Yeah, that's not the physique you want. Definitely not.
Because judging something by its importance is subjective, right? You can decide if something's important or not and should be counted in those 5 or 6 minutes. But I think saying that there's less than 5 minutes of relevant story content in a story quest or like in a patch every version, I think that saying that it's entirely subjective, right?
Yeah.
I think that just speaks more about you than the game. if you're only finding 5 to 6 minutes of it important. I think that is...
No, I disagree. It is obviously about you if you technically look at it because it's what you're. But we can look at stuff in games and say objectively a lot of this is just bloat. If you're like nah, okay, all right, okay, you can say that's just on me and it's on you. But come on, let's not pretend they're into shit ton of shit within the dialogue within Wuthering Waves. It's just like, can we move past this, please? I don't care, you know. Can we move past this? Again. It's like I say, when he said that people who don't like the tower, it's a skill issue. Huh? Okay. So if you're just not a fan of it because it's just kind of mid, all right, it's a skill issue. That doesn't make sense, but whatever, I guess. Again, it's this stance of that if you've got a problem with it, it's because you don't understand it or you can't deal with it. Where I don't like that attitude. It's an elitist attitude. This idea that I don't know, take a game like Valorant. You don't like Valorant? It's because you suck at shooters, man. Well, you go play COD, man. Super casual game. Probably couldn't click heads anyway, you know? It's just like, okay, all right, bro. Okay, I guess so. It's the same attitude you get from like these people who are like, different kind of argument, who were like we were speaking about earlier, of, well, you would think that if you had only played gacha games, just, oh God, fuck off. You know what I mean? I think it is subjective. But I think it's fair to say that most people would agree there's a lot of yap within most gacha games. And it's designed specifically like that for a reason. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be doing that for a reason, because they're trying to stretch out a story that could probably be wrapped up within 12 hours if it was a normal game. But they're trying to stretch it out over years, aren't they? So there's going to be bloat. To pretend that that's a you problem, to acknowledge the bloat, I think is a little bit disingenuous.
I think that just speaks more about you as like a player of the game than
saying to League play. Well, there you go.
Than the reality of the game. That's my opinion on it. It's not that deep, little bro. Move on. Same. All right.
Yeah, that's exactly that's how he does see Cyperic, and it's not illegal to think like that. I think this is why people get a bit their backs up with him a bit, because his idea is that I need to prove to you why you should be playing this, because if we look at it objectively, this is better, this is better, this is better. So you can't subjectively like the other thing more and have reasons for that. You're just wrong. So you should come over here. And I think some people look at that and go, fuck you, you know? Like I say, a lot of the time his arguments, I'm like, oh, you know what? I kind of agree with what you're saying there. Wouldn't say it the way you said it. And it's not going to get people to come to the realization you think, you know? It's almost like, it's kind of like that zealotry in religion, not comparing it to that, but I guess I am, you know, with this idea that you know, if you're bashing into people's heads enough, they'll be like, all right then, you know, they'll come over. And I know it's different because it's not the best analogy, but you get what I'm kind of saying.
Tectone has the direct opposite of your take. Well, that's the thing. We can agree to disagree on things, right? I don't need... That's
fair. That's fair. You know, end of the day, agree to disagree. That's the way it should be. Professional gaslighter. I prefer to just make guide videos rather than glazing WuWa most of the time. I would like him just... Personally, I liked his normal content, but at the end of the day, I ain't going to tell another person how to run the channel. This works, and there's probably a lot of people who like this kind of content. And that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. Again, I watch LolCow live. Okay? If you ever want to check out LolCow live, one of the days, watch that. You might watch that and be like, what the fuck is Pix watching? I like it, you know? I like it. I'm an old school OG YouTube person. I like seeing some of the OGs from YouTube, you know? I like watching fucking Wings, Boogie, and Keem on there, and all the shit that goes on, and all the drama and the crazy shit that goes on. It's funny to me. A lot of people will watch and be like, "Oh, this is trash."
I don't need to agree with Tectone on everything. And, you know, the fact that there is, I guess, conflicting opinion on this matter, hey, maybe it is deeper than what people are saying. Maybe it is deeper than what people are saying. All right, and now, everybody, before we get into the
thing that baffles me is that I did see, like says, I jumped on last night and I saw little bits of this, and what I did see, they're very small snippets of valid criticisms. When people told me about this, was blown away by the fact the dude turned, I don't know how long the video is, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever video is length, into a 4-hour breakdown. That's wild. That's the wildest thing in this fucking stream. That's crazy. I can't see how he's not beating a dead horse over and over and attacking people who disagree to be able to drag that out to 4 hours. And I've got nothing against that. I'm not saying I have, but I'm just saying that's wild, man. That's wild.
amazing VARs video.
Mostly banning and arguing with his mental chat.
Taking a look at today.
I think the thing is as well, what you got to take into account though, you attract, your chat community reflects you sometimes. You know, don't get me wrong. There's always fucking crazy people that normally you're like, whoa, where did this guy come from? You know, the type of content you create attracts certain people. And I think if you're going to delve into the drama side of things, you are going to have some dented people watching you. Yo, I never even thought to be like that, actually, you know. Mostly banning and arguing with his mental chat. But I must have been cooking something majestic if it's 4 hours, right? Perhaps he constantly just lost his train of thought. True.
Going to do is...
It's funny seeing him mad, so can't hate the grind. Oh, I don't hate the grind. I never hate the player, man. I never hate the player. We just watched the Kazahana video again, and you know me. We watched him one day tell us that a $7.99 bundle for Wuthering Waves was massive breaking news. Didn't even hate it. I got fucking milked. I was farmed. I wasted my time, and I respected it.
I recently uploaded a video on our chat with Mr. Pokey. If you guys have not seen it yet, I will just be honest in saying that my version of this VOD is a lot better than Mr. Pokey's. Because, guys, I have the entire fucking thing timestamped.
Have you got timestamps here then?
Pretty much every single main point in that goddamn call, timestamped.
Get it done, dude. Get it done.
And so if you guys want like a really detailed breakdown of all the different things that happened, check out my version of the VOD instead of Mr. Pokey's. I put quite a bit of work into this. Mr. Pokey's VOD, it has 3 timestamps in it. For a 2-hour and 20-minute unedited VOD, he has 3 timestamps. Don't watch his unless you want to die in Minecraft. So check out this one if you want to get more.
That just made me think of something. Hold up a second, a video I seen earlier. Hold up. Where are we? Shit, bro. I love this video. Winded his ass. Just running off down the street, man. Some quality H2O, man. Some quality H2O.
More context, and you want like more detailed context on like where stuff is going on. So with that, there's one comment in particular that I really wanted to look at because this guy is an absolute. This is probably the most schizo post.
Videos like this make me feel better. Make my dumb ass mistake. That's it. It's when you do something like that, you can just be like, Steve,
I am currently dealing with somebody in my comment section who has, and I'm just going to be honest about it, they have
Is this Arthur again by any chance?
a mental illness.
Might be Arthur then.
They have a mental illness, and it is a little bit...
Also, pick some Minecraft stream soon. Do you know what? I'll stop playing Minecraft when me, Rosie, and one of my friends, we were building a survival, like, Minecraft world where we were, like, building up, like, some cool stuff, but we're doing it in survival, like, so, like, you know, obviously, full fat Minecraft. And we built some sick shit, man. I built this big castle, and we built all these different cool things, like, really cool stuff, actually. And we'd built a building that was for putting all the stuff in, like, you know, all our different stuff in chests, and they were all labeled so we could quickly go in there and grab all our stuff and everything. And the one day we decided we was going to move that and make a bigger one, make it more efficient, and have easier access to all our goodies and stuff, like. And Rosie was like, I'll take it down. And I don't know exactly what she did, but she destroyed a lot of the shit in there and lost, like, I don't even want to say how many diamonds and stuff, and diamond armor, and all different gear that had, like, took a while to set up, like a lot of time to set up, you know, so much time in the nether, like, a lot of shit, you know what I mean? And obviously on survival, so a lot of time. And then I was just like, I don't want to play this anymore. I was like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm done. That's it. I'll fucking quit. I'm out of it. That's on PlayStation. That world's still sitting there somewhere. Yeah. It didn't end well.
Bit scary. Let's just zoom in right here. Hello, friend. End corruption here. It has come to my attention that you have, quote-unquote, shadow banned me via pressing hide user from your channel. How do I know this? I created several accounts and did some testing. I just want you to know that being unwilling to apologize to me is not only extremely unprofessional, but also will work in my favor. Because if I show the fact that I was...
She's office over accounting it. Oh my god. Yeah, she was gutted, man. I felt bad afterwards because she was sad. She was, like, really upset about it. I was just like, I can't be arsed anymore. Can't be arsed.
Shadow banned by you in this video that I'm working on. People will further be on my side. You're digging yourself into a deeper and deeper hole when all you have to do is apologize, and then this will be over. Please, don't make this harder than it has to be, as I am very stubborn and will stop at nothing in the name of justice. People are allowed to make as many accounts as they want, by the way, and I highly encourage you to act like a sensitive or a sensible individual.
To be fair, these sort of trolls, though, I think are funny. You know, like Wings, going back to Wings and DSP, they get some hilarious. Sometimes they get trolls that just go too far, you know, trying to fuck with the real life stuff, like. But they get some hilarious trolls sometimes. And there's nothing better than watching, like, quite a light-hearted troll really get to a content creator. I think it's funny as fuck, I do. He's just a viewer from, I think he's from, is he from Fox's stream or was he from V's? One of their streams originally. I think he's alt account Straight Jacket, I'm sure it is. But the dude, we talk about saying spending time arguing a point we are. That dude will argue till the cows come home and then they die. You know, dude will not stop. He will argue points that you're not even trying to make. You know what I'm saying? Crazy guy.
Individual. Cheers from your buddy.
Trolls going so far to donate Argentina. Yeah, dude, man, them two have got some prime trolls. You know what I mean? That are just like, dude, how can you not laugh at that? Like, come on, man. If that was me, I'd be laughing at that.
Hey, guys.
All right, should we,
First and foremost, After hearing that and after listening,
Is this
to
what he
that,
does in his streams now? Does he just like react to?
do you guys think I was justified?
Do you know what'll be
on
peak?
Discord, the public
It'll be
one, was that
peak if he
make it
starts
harder
calling
than
these
it
people
has to be, because I am
detractors.
very stubborn and will stop at nothing in the name of justice. People are allowed to make as many accounts as they want, by the way. I highly encourage you to act like a sensible individual. Guys, it was just that easy. It was just that easy. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reply to the comment with that. And now, guys, can we start making some of these copy pastas? Like, this is one of the best formats I have ever seen. This is literally one of the best formats I have ever seen.
He said he'll
The
call
idea
out
is
all the
that
misinfo guide channels for WuWa. Avati. I do remember him saying that though, when he was going after Pridewin, whatever you want to call it, he wasn't going to go after individuals. Like he was saying, like he thinks it's fair to go after the corpo, but not after individuals and ideas. Which I guess he's decided that he wants to go after individuals and ideas now. And if they're wrong, you know, I ain't questioning him. I think it's totally fair to freaking call out other YouTubers. Nothing wrong with it. Bring your ideas out there in the public. You know?
Most copy pastas, they originate from somebody with a severe mental illness that other people capitalized on themselves. And guys, this is just one example right here. So, I'll drop the post again. Maybe we can, yeah, let's make this a new meme. This is fucking hilarious. This is one of
Times
the
change,
funniest
right?
things I've ever seen.
3 days, man. It's a generation.
But now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have stalled for long enough. It is time for our video. Or it is time for the VARS
True, Neo.
video
True.
on the problem with Wuthering Waves team building. Can we get a bit of a
Up here for
hi
thinking,
YouTube
down
in the
there for
chat?
dancing, eh?
Hi YouTube's in the chat, everybody. Because
Okay, so was this supposed to be a video then? I'm assuming this is not going to be a video, yeah? Because I'm guessing this was going to be a react to be a video that turned into 4 hours. Is an editor actually going to supposed to go through this and somehow turn this into a video? That dude's earning his paycheck.
the main purpose of this is to get a bit of a react, right? We want to share our thoughts about the situation. I'm seeing some people say, "Oh no." I'm seeing some people say that there's a problem with this problem. So let's see what our boy Vars2 has been cooking. I'm seeing people say he rarely misses, so the fingers are crossed.
I think I'm all sub to
Let's see what the
Vars. I don't know if I'm sub to Vars. See, look, you can tell I watch detracted channels. I am sub to him. I don't know if I've ever watched one of his videos. I don't know if I've ever watched one of his videos. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the thumbnail designs. I don't think I've ever watched one of his videos. Unless I subbed ages ago or something. Alright.
Man has in store problems with Wuthering Waves team building.
I ain't even got the what's it right.
Just
I
so
ain't
you
even got
guys
the
know, I
extension.
went ahead, I previewed this video on his homepage, and I did see a lot of Genshin Impact. And when people generally say that
Honkai Impact 3 bought it. I still need to try out Honkai Impact 3 Thunder. I do want to give it a go. People keep saying don't bother, it's no point. I do though. I want to try it.
Wuthering Waves has a combat system that's a lot better than Genshin Impact in almost every single way. I'm curious as to how he's using those Genshin Impact clips to drive some points here. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play the video.
We're obviously not going to get to all of this. This is 4 fucking hours, so we'll watch a little bit of it. I've got like half an hour left. I haven't even played any video games today. I was planning to play Marvel Rivals, but I've been fucking yapping myself. So we bloated the stream, boys.
That Wuthering Waves will conclude its version 1 cycle.
If only we had 2,000 animators.
Than I think most of us were expecting, meaning the next update will be version 2.
Dude's voice is so chill.
And amount of extra content, I'm sure.
Yep, it was officially
I feel like he's going to put Rehypnol in my drink.
announced in that trailer. It was officially announced in that trailer that Wuthering Waves 2.0 will be the next version. So there's no need to kind of like use that speculative language. I know a big thing in like the WuWa Discord was that, you know, obviously that information was leaked. I'll see if I can make I can make the volume louder. Maybe. So the thing is, that information was leaked early. And a big thing in the WuWa Discord, the public one, was that people would get banned for saying that 2.0 was following 1.4.
Just let this happen.
And so I know a lot of content creators right now, especially ones that are partnered by Kuro Games, partnering with Kuro Games like Vars is, they are like avoiding saying that 2.0 is the next version. But guys, it's fine to say it. Dong in the clip, right? He literally confirms that 2.0 is the next version. So we're fine to say it now. We don't have to say, oh, it might be. It is. We can just bury that lead right there.
Gacha games that go down this type of development cycle, version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on, tend to have a predictable formula when it comes to gameplay, with the supplementary versions.
I want to know if you can bath in that tacit Discord.
Etc., usually only coming in the form of
you know,
extra content like events.
can you have a bath in it?
Perhaps a map
Considering
expansion.
it looks like a bath and he's got a shower head for a tail.
Of, among the aforementioned things, potential changes to the game's overall engine and experience, or a noticeable shift in character design, capability, and subsequently meta.
Okay, so what we're doing here is basically just getting into a breakdown of what goes into version updates. What significantly changes in the game going from 1.0 to 2.0.
New titties.
What kind of new features are typically added. He's talking about things like meta shifts, new mechanics, blah, blah, blah. We see it a lot. And so there's definitely inherently, right, a lot promised with Renacita, or I believe that's the implication he's going to make.
There definitely is an implication. There's a lot promised, you know. I am expecting quite a lot from Renacita. I'm expecting a lot, you know. Story-wise, resonator-wise, game mode-wise, echo sets, all of the above, you know. I'm expecting quite a lot. I'm expecting introduction of new styles of endgame. I hope we've got something to add to the tower. I hope we're not in 2.0 and it's like, oh, let's go back to the tower, you know. I'm not saying it should go away. I don't want it to go away, but like, please.
Let's keep going.
I'm led to assume WuWa plans to go in that direction too, otherwise they wouldn't
I see a problem here.
Yeah, I was doing another void PSR. I need to watch that actually, Thunder.
Brotherman is using Camellia and Danjin, two Havoc damage characters, against the Impermanence Heron, which is Havoc resistant. So, maybe that's the problem. We don't know that bosses are... Guys, I'm just jumping the gun, right? I just found it funny that he used this footage.
Yeah, man, give me that string, master. And then I can start saving for 2.0.
Nobody actually fucking does this.
I still need to get my Seraphim video out.
Yeah, I guess he does. He
does
start
researching first.
I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, but bro, you're fixating hard right now. It's just background gameplay.
That's a good point, actually.
Like, seriously,
it is kind of inferred, though, and it's relevant to the video you're talking about, I guess so. But yeah, sometimes I don't necessarily think about the gameplay that's going into the background. I just find footage that I've got saved, and I'm just, like, chucking in. But I suppose if you're doing guides, it's probably smart to have something relevant to exactly what you're speaking about and having it on display.
Let him continue, my guy.
Yo, what's going on, burrito? Did I hear what?
Guys, I'm just gonna let you know, this is how you speedrun bans on my channel. This is literally how you speedrun a ban on my channel. Okay? I am not your dog. Okay? I don't take directions from you. You don't give me directions. You chose to click on this stream and watch me. You are one chatter out of quite literally hundreds.
You're just a number. You're inconsequential. You mean nothing.
One chatter out of hundreds. And you are trying to tell me what to do.
Man, there is massive crossovers in the gacha community, isn't that? It is niche in content creation. I see so many people in the chat that I've seen in my own streams. He's calling you
Who
dented,
are you?
guys. Okay, hell, you're all dented.
Why do you think you have this much authority? Do you guys do this in your day-to-day?
Solo leveling leaked their entire seconds. Oh, did they? Does it look good? I need to get back on solo. I like solo leveling, always I do. It's like it's a voice that I enjoy because a lot of people hate on it. I kind of like it. I like the events
see, like,
they do
a
as well.
street
They're fun.
performer? You see somebody playing like guitar or violin on the street, and you basically say, "Hey, bro, stop playing that song. Can you play something else instead? Can you guys play something else instead? Hey, fuck what you had planned. Can you play something else instead? Please?
Come on.
Hey.
Gotta get your money's worth, ain't ya? More champagne, 15 pence for this dance.
Stop playing. Can you play
Fucking
something
have
else?
it now, dance.
What is wrong with you?
I need to get my hair cut, man. Got my hair cut booked in Friday. Can't wait.
What is wrong with you? Why do you think you're
The stream was pretty awkward.
You're not the main character. You're one out of like 500 something. But you're talking like
Peons.
you get to decide and dictate what's going on.
This is, though,
Guys.
I get it, it's content, but this is the, what's the word I'm looking for? This is the essence, the soul, the potential of a lolco, the potential, you know? The hyper focusing on the negativity, just saying, you know? It provides great entertainment, but it also provides the basis for a potential lolco. You know, for a potential DSP, for a potential Wuthering Waves. Like, I get it. He's farming. I get it.
I am flaming you right now because
People are going to rage bait him, man. People will be like, "Oh, this gets attention. I'm going to do it." And I think at some point he's farming, but at some point it gets in. You know what I mean? It gets in. It seeps into your being. Not everybody's built for it. Maybe Saint's built for it. Seems like he kind of is to a degree. Not everybody is. You know? He took it low to your God, yeah? And it could affect you, man. It can affect you.
if you do this shit in your day-to-day,
Some people have got a
if you do this
lot of
shit in,
time
like,
on their hands.
regular conversations and how you
And some people will start to think, "Oh, this works. Let's take it a step further. Let's try and do stuff in his. Let's try hack something. Let's try get into his Wuthering Waves account. Let's try and get into this. Let's try and get into that." And the next thing you know, you've got an army of people whose objective it is to get you to fucking flip out on stream.
regularly act with people, guys, you're not going to make any friends. You will have no friends.
40 minutes, 4 hours stream,
People
bro.
will
Yeah,
be
I think he
so
probably is
fucking
built this
annoyed
way. I think
to
he
do
probably
anything
is.
with you.
But I will say, debuffs only last a while. I mean, buffs only last a while, don't they? You know what I mean? After a while, troll debuffs kick in, you know? You start to feel it. For a while, short period of time, at the start, you're ready to go. You fucking shit's, it's like water off a duck's back. And then next thing you know, the debuffs kick in. You're missing, you know? Crit rate's down. Damage is down. You're fatigued. You're feeling it. You know what I'm saying?
Who even said that? It's a chat. Guys, I read the chat. This is proof. This is evidence that I read the chat. And if you are insufferable, you are noticeably insufferable as 1 out of 569. How annoying must you be in a
Missing
1 out
dodges
of
and
5
counters,
scenario?
right?
You're this annoying. 1 out of 569. How is
Debuffs are gonna, yeah, man. Them debuffs can hit hard. In all the time I've done, obviously I've only been a small content creator the whole time, and I've bounced out. But I've had more periods. Like I used to stream GTA back in the day, and I'd average anywhere between 200 to 500 people watching. And for the most part, it was chill. You know what GTA is like, though. the way the game's set up, it's built for people to troll, you know, people to get in your lobby, people to be in jets, all that sort of shit. But usually we deal with it. But like for a long time, man, I had some serious trolls who would follow to custom games all the time just to fuck about with them. I never really let it get to me, so after a while they got bored. But like it can, like inside you're like, oh my god, man, leave me alone, bro.
How annoying are you? 1 out of 5. It has to be magnified magnified ridiculously. Absurd. Like, you have to be one of the most annoying people in the world.
Troll game was strong
if
then.
you are already this annoying with 500 other people watching.
You're
I literally said... All right, goodbye, buddy. You're gone.
Oof.
You're gone.
Oof.
You're gone. Go find somebody else to bother.
A victim fell. That's the thing. If he really wants to bother you, you're the next victim to bother. You know?
Jesus Christ.
It's not like he's going to go, oh, let me go fuck with somebody else. He's thinking, okay, I'm coming back.
Now we get to, guys, just so you know, now YouTube chat is going to get incinerated now. Do you guys see? End corruption. Do you see what you've done? End corruption. Do you see what you have done? You have now made me become hyper vigilant.
Any curiosity, because I never go into his Twitch, and I've only like been around a couple of times when he's like, what does he get more viewers on now? Is he? I would imagine Twitch, yeah. Does he get more viewers on Twitch or does he get more viewers on YouTube? Just out of curiosity, it doesn't matter. Just wondering.
Vigilant over the YouTube chat, and you know what that's going to lead to? I'm going to start banning people in YouTube chat.
Oh no!
Look at what you've done. You have opened Pandora's box.
Oh god!
You've opened Pandora's box. It's unfortunate, but it's true. It's the truth.
What are you gonna do? Just think. You're gonna have to sit there with your head in your hands and think about what you got banned from chat. Reflect on your decisions in life.
I wasn't really banning people in YouTube chat in the first place. YouTube chat was kind of like the safe haven for the people.
Now it's your fault. Everybody else blame him. That's why you're getting banned. He started it.
People that got nuked from Twitch chat. But guys, you basically just revealed the shelter to me, right? I'm like the raider. I'm trying to pillage. YouTube chat was like your hidden hideout, where everybody was like taking refuge. But now you've revealed to me the location. You guys just fucked yourselves.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly though, this is like a DSP Wings of Redemption type. What's it? Hold up. Oh fucking hell! Spelled that wrong. Whatever.
Ban Wings of Lord, please. You know what's going to happen if you keep asking? I'll just start banning. At this point on, anybody asking about GTA 6 trailers, just ban. Ban anybody talking about washing hands. Anybody talking about the bathroom can be banned. Mods, please start banning people. People making fun of me should be banned. At this point, I'm banning the word boxing. Let me go do that. If they go, I don't like it.
It's going to be that. Yo, ban Hoyoverse.
The way your hair looks, ban them. By the way, I ban for people who be facetious in my chat. Rush B, no stop. I ban Joshua Rose and anybody spamming.
Yo, the brilliant thing is, Wings always tries to get people with an intelligence claim when they're in his games and they're trolling. And he's like, I think he does, what's 12 times 6, I think. And the other day, somebody was in his stream and there was like I think they said, what's 12 times 7? But he misheard them and thought he said, what's 12 times 10? And he was like 132. And everybody was like, what? You fucking idiot.
Unfortunate. Look at what you've done. Look at, I thought I had like a little, like a little subset of the community there. You guys just cooked yourselves.
He's got you live, is he?
You guys just cooked yourselves. All right. So, let's play it back a little bit.
Oh,
and
shit.
Let's have
PvP's back on, boys. Looks like meat's back on the menu.
I want y'all's inputs up here. I do. I want y'all's inputs up here. Sorry, ADHD moment. One of the arguments I saw being made in this community is that they're confined to a live service model with the 6-week schedule to where it's really hard to do these things. And it's like, although that is true, it's untrue at the same time because you are completely forgetting about the development phase prior to the game's release, which is the phase they use to sharpen their blade. Their blade being the development of the actual fucking game, the script writing, the things they have in preparation for you.
It's fair, but you've still got to take into the account like bug testing and all that sort of stuff.
This phase counts too, but these guys act like that phase don't exist. They took 3 years to develop all 3 games. Coincidentally, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, and Honkai all took relatively the exact same amount of development time. All 3 of them.
Did they?
What do you think they did in those 3 years? You think they were twiddling their fucking thumbs, man? You know what I'm saying? It's like, why are we
Booba physics
for reasons to defend billion-dollar companies? Furthermore, why are you shooting?
Facts. That's true, though. Some people desperately search for reasons to defend billion-dollar companies, even when it just like, okay, all right, okay, whatever. But do you need to jump into that fight? Is it necessarily? Do they need you? Are they desperately, you know? Are you saving the damsel in distress?
That's on your side. I'm trying to make the space better for y'all, and you out here defending against the nigga trying to make the space better. Like, what are we doing? You out here friendly firing, brother. I'm trying to make the space better. I don't understand that, bro. I'm like, bro, I am blown away by this chat. Let me read some of these comments because I want to make sure I'm not just, this isn't just the y'all showed up to watch Gotcha Smack talk. You know what I mean? I want to make sure y'all didn't.
Nah, man, I want to see. Come on, man.
Come up here and watch
Come
me
on.
talking, and I never ever read the comments. Let's
PvP, baby. PvP.
So true. They have been thinking 6 months prior about every single season before the first season or release of IP. They are thinking backward.
This is true. This is true. You know, 1.4 didn't start development at the release of 1.3. You know what I mean? That's just not happening. And if that's happening, then they're definitely not running things how they should be running things, are they? You know? You know, it's like, I would imagine development wrapped up, like polishing, bug fixes, getting everything ready. Work's already started on post-launch stuff, you know what I mean? Work's already started. Before 1.0 was over, 1.1, 1.2 was probably pretty much wrapped up. 1.3 was probably heavily in development. I would imagine anyway. I could be wrong.
For some reason. Well, they don't even make story content in 6 weeks. They make a new region and it's story content in at least a year, not so even more. They have more time to make a polished story. Okay, so it seems like people are defending. I'm gonna read everything. These people defending these companies are nuts. Like Stefan Nutsack, am I about to start a trend here, bro? Sip balls in his mouth. Okay. Maybe the space is already good enough for them. Oh my God, man. And okay, acknowledge. Hear me out. We're gonna get some
videos over the next couple of days, then, boys. We're gonna get some videos over the next couple of days. Couple of boys. That means it took Kuro 6 months to fuck up the pincer event.
Different audience that the space isn't good enough for them, right? So if the space is already good enough for you, why are you even watching my content? Why are you even watching the scrutiny, the critiques? The space is good enough for you. Then just continue playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. It's that simple. People also got to realize every update is worked on in advance, not just within those 6 weeks. Well, that's exactly what I'm sitting here talking about, Nautilus. Not only is it worked on, here's my other thing. I got to make sure
I agree with what he's saying. I think he's cooking here, actually. But again, his analogy was shit. It was.
These people are actually of the ideology that Hoyoverse is running a marathon every 6 weeks.
I'm out here. I can only watch so much of this shit. All right, no worries, Chase. I'll catch you later, buddy.
We barely made it.
I'm not even mad because Sunrise prime time.
Right up into the nip of the patch.
Just because I realise that no one cares about events except the boring PGR click and trade mini game was fun, but we get boring too quickly. I actually kind of do want cool events. I do. That's one thing I like about the events in whatchamacallit, in Solo Level and Arise. I think they have some cool events. They do. Like, this was all right, actually. I think it had like a. It had like it was only small. It was tiny. It had like a boss to fight that got more difficult and more difficult. This dude's showing fuck all. It had even like a little Overwatchy kind of mode, which was kind of cool.
Eyes on me.
This sort of stuff was like kind of cool, man.
Target found.
Like, I like these little things. Like, I want to see sort of stuff like this getting thrown into Wuthering Waves. I do. You know, some of this is a little bit different.
Deadline. I really hope we hit that deadline. Like, bro, they're not doing that, man. I'm sorry to tell it to you. They might be done.
I am going to have to call it though, boys. I am going to have to call it. We will return to the PvP. I'm here for it. I'll be curious to see what Smack's got to say, and I'll be curious to see Saint's rebuttal. Because I think it's kind of funny watching Saint, because he definitely gets in his feels, and that makes good content. I'm here for it. I'm going to call it though, boys and girls. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much for hanging out. I might see you later just to play some Marvel Rivals. I might just play some off stream now, but I really do want to stream some Marvel Rivals. I know it's not gacha. I know people might not care, but I want to fucking do it. If I don't see you later though, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll have a video up tomorrow. Yes, I have got a video coming tomorrow. And yeah, guys, thank you for hanging out today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've had a blast. I've enjoyed it, man. I've very much enjoyed it. And we will have some gaming, if not later, tomorrow. We'll try to reduce the yapping. All right, boys. Love your faces. Catch you later. Enjoy the rest of your day. Ta-ra.